Chapter 2065. Kill her. I don't talk to unreasonable people. Ling Xiao was too lazy to waste words with Ling Xian. He took a step forward and charged towards Tianhai King. Because he realized that Tianhai King, this despicable bastard, wanted to attack the heavily injured liquor demon's sword and the others while everyone else was fighting. Yes, master! Cold Plum received Ling Xiao's order to face Ling Xian. For her, if she could kill Ling Xian this time, then she would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Ling Xiao appeared in front of Tianhai King and casually tossed a healing pill to Liquor Demon's sword. Senior, hurry and heal. I'm afraid that even stronger factions will join this battle. Saying this, he punched out with both fists, colliding with Tianhai King's Demon King tyrannical fists. Tianhai King and Tianhai tyrannical ambition's fighting style was practically the same. Apart from Double-Faced Buddha, the two of them had probably trained together. It was just that Tianhai King's Demon King tyrannical fists were clearly stronger. It had to be known that this was an attack from Tianhai King while he was injured. Ling Xiao didn't retreat. His feet were practically planted into the ground, but he spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. Because Liquor Demon's sword and the others were behind him. If he retreated, they would all suffer. So, even if he was injured, he wouldn't retreat. Good kid, you can actually stand after taking a hit from me. I really have to admire you. Tianhai King looked at Ling Xiao, feeling that this was simply inconceivable. There's no need for admiration. There are still many surprises for you. Power of later Earth, Shield of Earth. Holy King's Eye, Holy Light Illumination. Ling Xiao didn't plan on fighting Tianhai King head-on. What he needed to do now was to protect the injured as well as Long Qin, Cold Plum, and the others who were still fighting. It was fine as long as Tianhai King didn't injure them. As long as Liquor Demon's sword, 9 Heavens Dream, and 9 Heavens Do recovered, their disadvantage would become an advantage. He's very clear about his own strength, so he chose the safest method. King Sky Sea frantically struck the Gaia shield, but the power of Earth constantly surged out from the ground and fused with the Gaia shield. This made King Sky Sea frown. At the same time, the Holy Monarch's Eye allowed everyone's injuries to heal faster. After doing all this, Ling Xiao looked at the battle between the Moon Lady and Xian Ming. Although the Moon Lady was very strong, it wasn't easy for her to deal with 7 people at once. Xian Ming released the terrifying Azura Gate. A terrifying killing intent was released from the Azura Gate. It was as if it wanted to imprison the Moon Maiden's body in the sky and completely devour the power of the moon. This Azura Gate seemed to possess the ability to swallow and annihilate everything. The Moon Lady looked at the Azura Gate coldly. Above her head, the moon became brighter and brighter. Her hands fluttered in front of her, and her jade-like hands seemed to be dancing gracefully. When it came to her, the battle actually seemed so artistic. The Azura Gate rushed over. The Moon Maiden sneered. The bright moon above her head suddenly released a dazzling light that shot towards the Azura Gate. Boom! The terrifying moonlight completely ignored the Azura Gate. It pierced through it and slammed into Xian Ming's body. At that moment, Xian Ming felt as if he had been thrown into an ice-cold moon palace. His body trembled violently. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? I don't believe it. Xian Ming's hair was disheveled and he looked very miserable. He finally took out his trump card. It was a bracelet made of diamond. It was called the Diamond Bracelet. It was made according to the stories that spread outside the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. It had a terrifying sealing power. It could seal the enemy's internal energy and cultivation. Once trapped by the Diamond Bracelet, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would be finished. However, the Diamond Bracelet consumed a terrifying amount of internal energy. Xian Ming was forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it. Seal! The Diamond Bracelet pierced through the sky. Xian Ming transferred the internal energy of 7 Rebirth Realm warriors into it. The Diamond Bracelet turned into a huge ring and covered the Moon Lady. The moment the Diamond Bracelet was used, many warriors present felt as if their internal energy was being sucked out. It was very uncomfortable. Bright moon in the sky, frost on the earth. The Moon Lady was as calm as before. She muttered in a low voice. The bright moon seemed as if it was about to fall from the sky. At that moment, the Moon Lady disappeared completely. She seemed to have turned into the bright moon in the sky and the moonlight that illuminated the earth. The diamond bracelet didn't trap the Moon Lady. It was just moonlight without a physical body. Destroy! Suddenly, a jade-like hand reached out from the moonlight. The hand seemed to be holding the moonlight. It was dazzling. However, there was a terrifying murderous intent that blasted toward Xianming. Xianming's face darkened. He punched with all his strength. He had wanted to save some energy to escape. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping. He poured all his strength into this punch. The huge azure gate covered the Moon Lady. At the same time, the diamond bracelet flew back. However, the Moon Lady just looked on coldly. Her jade-like hand didn't retreat at all. It was as if she ignored all resistance and blasted heavily on Xianming's body. Many people heard the sound of bones breaking. Xianming's body was sent flying dozens of meters away. In midair, fragments of his internal organs were spat out from his mouth. At that moment, the Moon Lady disappeared again. She seemed to be everywhere. She turned into endless moonlight and covered the entire earth. No matter how powerful the diamond bracelet was, it was meaningless when it lost its target. At that moment, the Moon Lady was the holy fairy of the moon. She was the terrifying assassin of the Moon Palace. I didn't expect Ling Zhao's woman to be so terrifying. Why didn't we get any information about her? The moment Xianming was sent flying, he was filled with regret. He thought that his plan was flawless, that he had calculated everything, but in the end, he found that a small woman had made all his plans come to naught. This woman was too strong. She was even stronger than Zhou Tianmeng. He couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying warrior in the White Tiger mainland. Shouldn't such a warrior exist in the Black Tortoise mainland? It was a pity that no one could answer Xianming's question at that moment. The moment he was sent flying, he could only watch helplessly as his 6 subordinates were killed by the terrifying fairy of the moon. It was so easy and comfortable. It was as charming as a beautiful dance. However, it was also terrifying. No! This isn't the result I wanted! Xianming finally landed on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered. He didn't have any strength to stand up. The moonlight was still bright and beautiful. However, in many people's eyes, the moonlight was so terrifying because it could kill. It could cause the enemy to fall into a terrifying nightmare and be unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 2066. Supreme Immortal. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Lady Benefactor, why must you insist on killing them? When the Moon Maiden stepped through the void and was about to kill Xianming, someone else came. A person dressed as a Taoist priest exuded an incomparably powerful aura, as if he was an immortal from the immortal court. It's really lively today. I didn't expect Taoist One Eyebrow of the Jingyi school to come. Is your Jingyi school also going to get involved in this mess? Ling Zhao's pressure was reduced a lot because the Tianhai king had sensed Xianming's failure, so he was preparing to escape and relaxed his attack. That was why he had the chance to observe the person. It was Taoist One Eyebrow of the Jingyi school. Behind him were 11 other people. These people were the most powerful existences in the Jingyi school, the 12 spiritual masters. The Jingyi school claimed to be the same as the 12 immortals under the human king in the past, but their strength was inferior. That was why they called themselves the 12 spiritual masters. Taoist One Eyebrow was naturally the leader. The other 11 were all rebirth realm powerhouses. This was the true strength of the Jingyi school. They were not weaker than the Black Tortoise Temple, but they could not compare to the forces of the Black Tortoise continent. Therefore, the Jingyi school had always been hiding their strength and biding their time, watching others fight and slowly absorbing disciples. As a result, the Jingyi school had become a sect that almost all the empires on the White Tiger continent believed in. Originally, if they continued like this, They might really develop into a major sect in the mystic world one day. Unfortunately, Taoist One Eyebrow made a choice that changed him and the Jingyi school. He believed that when the White Tiger continent was in chaos and the Black Tortoise temple was in decline, it was time for the Jingyi school to stand up. This way, they could clean up the mess and truly control the White Tiger continent in their hands. Because of this, he did not make a move at first. He just looked at the Moon Maiden, hoping that this matter could be resolved peacefully, and that she would give him face. Of course, if the Moon Maiden did not agree, he did not mind making a move. The 12 spiritual masters of the Jingyi school were not just in name. They were really strong. Ling Xiao, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You've already killed the Queen of Green Mountains and destroyed the Sea Tribe. This grudge is already considered avenged. Why do you insist on killing? Taoist One Eyebrows looked at Ling Xiao and said with a dignified expression, I withdraw. Then, you will lead the Jingyi school to incorporate the White Tiger continent into your sphere of influence? Why am I so stupid? Why are you so smart? Ling Xiao hated sanctimonious people the most. They said one thing and did another. They even had to find a reasonable reason for their dirty ways. So, there's nothing to talk about. Taoist One Eyebrow says indifferently. You should understand that although your woman is powerful, she has no chance of winning against the 12 of us. Ling Xiao frowned. He fell silent. He had no choice but to admit that Taoist Mei's words made sense. The 12 people who had appeared out of nowhere were simply too powerful. The Moon Maiden alone was no match for them. Although Ling Xiao hated such people, he had to consider the safety of Moon Lady and the others. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Taoist Mei and said, I can withdraw, but the Tianhai Sovereign King and his son belong to me. Sure. Taoist One Eyebrow would not fall out with Ling Xiao for the Tianhai Sovereign King. However, he put forward an even harsher condition. I can give you the Tianhai Sovereign King, but Jiutian Dream and Jiutian Du must be taken away by our Jingyi school. I don't want them to deal with us after they recover from their injuries. This old guy was really cunning. He knew very well that once Jiutian Dream, Jiutian Du, and Jiuma's sword fully recovered, together with the Moon Maiden, they would definitely pose a great threat to the Jingyi school. Therefore, he wanted to keep Jiutian Dream and Jiutian Du. That's impossible. Ling Xiao refused. You know very well that they are my friends. If you want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my friends, you will have to kill me. I've already given you the White Tiger continent. Are you still not satisfied? Hee hee, immortal Wu Liang. This poor Taoist only believes in himself. I won't believe the casual promises of others. Taoist One Eyebrow chuckles. If it doesn't work, then we can only start a massacre. Ha ha ha, has the fox finally revealed its tail? Let us return to the Dragon Phoenix continent safely? I think you actually want to kill all of us in your heart, right? Because of our existence, you can't sleep and eat. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. No one could escape the analysis and prying of his Taiji eye. Taoist One Eyebrow's eyes betrayed him. This old thing was just taking a stall in tactic. First, he would control Jiutian Dream and Jiutian Du, and then unite the other experts of the White Tiger continent to hunt down Ling Xiao and the others until the Dragon Phoenix continent was also included in the forces of the Jingyi school. What a pity! Taoist One Eyebrow suddenly shook his head. What's a pity? Is it a pity that I saw through your scheme? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. It's a pity that the people of the Dragon Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent could have been spared from suffering, but now it seems that it's unavoidable. Taoist One Eyebrow sighed. Ox-nose, don't be a hypocrite. If you really want to avoid suffering, it's fine. Now your Jingyi school will withdraw from this dispute. I, Ling Xiao, can guarantee that the civilians of the White Tiger continent will not be harmed. As long as they don't attack the soldiers of my heavenly empire, I can treat them as my people. Ling Xiao knew that Taoist One Eyebrow would not agree. He said this just to mock and ridicule the other party. A sanctimonious old Taoist One Eyebrow. Everything he said seemed righteous, but in fact, he was a hypocrite. Attack. Let's kill that woman together. Taoist One Eyebrow suddenly stopped talking to Ling Xiao because he felt that no matter what he said, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to guess his true intentions. So he planned to attack directly. As long as he killed the Moon Lady, Ling Xiao's side would definitely collapse. I should have done this long ago. Among the 12 spiritual masters, there were also people with fiery tempers who had long planned to attack. After holding it in for a long time, their auras suddenly erupted and reached the level of the mysterious underworld realm. Among the 12 people, 6 had reached the level of the mysterious underworld realm, 2 had reached the level of the 9th heaven dream, and the rest were at the level of the Tianhai Sovereign King. They were all rebirth realm experts, and they wanted to join forces to deal with the Moon Lady. Unlike the random attacks of the people of the Black Tortoise Temple, when the 12 people of the Jing school attacked, they instantly formed the Big Dipper sword formation. There was no special limit to the number of people in this sword formation. However, there were at least 7 people, and at most, there could be thousands of people. The sword formation of the Jing school was formed by 12 people, and they were all rebirth realm martial artists, so the power of the sword formation was very terrifying. It was rumored that more than 100,000 years ago, the 12 immortals had also joined forces to form the Big Dipper sword formation to deal with the terrifying demons from the outer space. In that battle, the sword formation erupted with astonishing power and defeated the demons in a sorry state. Chapter 2067. These people are so strong! Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. The 12 spiritual masters of the Jing school were already powerful, and together with the sword formation, they became even more terrifying. He was really worried about the Moon Maiden. However, at this time, he was suppressed by the Tianhai King, who was in the rebirth realm. It was already very difficult for him to protect the Liquor Demon's sword and the others, so it was impossible for him to rescue the Moon Maiden. However, he could not accept the conditions proposed by Taoist One Eyebrow. He could give up the White Tiger continent and hand it over to the Jing school, but he could not abandon his friends. Moreover, Taoist One Eyebrow had the intention to kill all of them to prevent future troubles. No matter what he did, the result would be the same. Unless he had the ability to kill all of them. Taoist One Eyebrow, you have to think carefully. Even if you can win the battle with Sister Moon Maiden, there will definitely be countless casualties. Can you bear this price? Ling Xiao said loudly. You don't have to worry about that. Moreover, you won't live to see that day, because everyone here today must die. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know, but you've already angered the Immortal Court. The Exalted Immortals have ordered us to kill you. We didn't succeed in the Divine Phoenix continent, but today, you won't have the chance to escape. Perhaps Taoist One Eyebrow felt that his side had a huge advantage, so he simply told the truth. I angered the Immortal Court? Ling Xiao was a little confused. He had never even been to the Immortal Court. How could he have angered those so-called Exalted Immortals? Sorry, I don't know the reason, but your existence seems to have made the Exalted Immortals of the Immortal Court very unhappy, so you must die. The Jing school was created by a certain Exalted Immortal of the Immortal Court. Even all the martial arts of the Jing school were given to them by that Exalted Immortal in a dream. Therefore, the Jing school was actually a tool of this Exalted Immortal. There was no reason for Taoist One Eyebrow not to listen to the decree of the Exalted Immortal he believed in. Okay, enough nonsense. Do it. Try to keep this woman alive. I believe the Exalted Immortals will like her very much. A cold smile slid across Taoist One Eyebrow's dignified face. Sister Moon Maiden, if you feel like you can't do it, then leave. Just stay alive and avenge us. Don't worry about us. Ling Xiao shouted. The Moon Maiden didn't say anything, but tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Since she had come, how could she abandon Ling Xiao and leave? During the time she disappeared, Ling Xiao came into contact with many outstanding girls, but he had never been tempted by any of them. The only one he liked was her. Just this point alone made the Moon Maiden make up her mind. Even if she were to die in battle today, it was impossible for her to abandon Ling Xiao. It had been more than 100,000 years, and only this cute little fellow was so infatuated with her. She could only repay him with this. The battle finally began in the void. The moonlight in the sky was forcefully torn apart by the dazzling sword chi, and the Moon Lady was completely suppressed. The might of 12 Rebirth Realm experts working together with the sword formation was simply too terrifying. Only the Moon Maiden was powerful enough to be able to move around these people's sword chi. Although he was being suppressed, he was still uninjured. If it were anyone else, they would have died in battle or been captured alive. The battle continued, and a few bright flowers of blood appeared on the Moon Maiden's body. The other party's attacks were stronger each time. Even though she reacted extremely quickly, she was still injured. However, her expression didn't change at all. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight pierced through the sword formation, and a scream was heard. The weakest among the 12 perfected masters had his heart pierced, and died on the spot. However, this group of people was really powerful. After one person died tragically, the sword formation changed rapidly. The 11 of them were still able to control the Big Dipper sword formation perfectly. Fortunately, this sword formation wouldn't be broken as long as there were no less than 7 people. Sect Master, this woman is too powerful. We have to use our trump card. One of the perfected masters from the Jingyi school shouted. They had only injured the Moon Lady, but the Moon Lady had killed one of them. The price was too great. Okay, the 10 of you preside over the sword formation. I'll wait for an opportunity to attack. Taoist One Eyebrows nodded and then left the sword formation. Then, he stood there quietly and watched. It was as if he was waiting for the Moon Maiden to make a mistake. However, a cold smile flashed across the Moon Maiden's face. Taoist One Eyebrows, who had left the sword formation, was no match for her. In that instant, the bright moon in the sky fused into her body. Her body released cold and dazzling moonlight. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a bright moon, looking so transparent and sparkling. Big Sister Moon Maiden! Ling Xiao had a very bad feeling. He was afraid that a huge change would happen. In the past, the Moon Maiden had never undergone such a change. Today, she actually chose to fuse with her martial soul. She turned into a holy bright moon. In that instant, the expressions of the 11 perfected masters, including Taoist One Eyebrows, changed drastically. They could feel the terrifying energy contained in the body of the bright moon. At this moment, Taoist One Eyebrows even planned to give up. Stop! Surrender! We surrender! Taoist One Eyebrows roared hysterically. He was really afraid. The stronger he was, the more he could feel the terror of the Moon Maiden. It's too late. When I turned into a bright moon, you already had no chance. The light on the Moon Maiden's body became brighter and brighter. It was as resplendent as the sun in the daytime, but its color was incomparably cold. It made all the enemies feel a coldness and terror that they had never felt before. It's rumored that only cultivators from the era of the human monarch are still alive on the heavenly dragon continent. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Is she the child of the bright moon by the moonlight fairy's side? Why is she still alive after so many years? And why is she still so peerless in Fanhua? Taoist One Eyebrows could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the Moon Maiden transform into the child of the bright moon, he naturally thought of this legend. This legend was once well known, but was only treated as a story. Kill! The Moon Maiden spat out a cold voice. In that instant, her figure completely exploded. The moonlight seemed to materialize and shot towards the Big Dipper sword formation and Taoist One Eyebrows. The bright moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. The child of the bright moon was born from the bright moon. Although she had a gentle temperament, she was skilled in killing. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Taoist One Eyebrows roared in horror. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 10 people of the Big Dipper sword formation were all killed the moment they came into contact with the terrifying moonlight. Taoist One Eyebrows was blasted several hundred meters away by the moonlight. He only had the strength to struggle at death's door. Ha 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 ha, that's great! How lucky! I was originally worried that something would happen to my mystic snake demon sex disciples, so I specially came to take a look. I didn't expect to see the child of the bright moon. Chapter 2068. A figure directly tore through the void and walked down. A terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped the sky and the moon, turning the entire space into a demonic domain. Oppressed by this demonic aura, many people were frightened, as if they wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship this person. Son of the bright moon, born from the immemorial moon, innately possesses the terrifying power of the moon. I thought that this existence had already gone extinct with the disappearance of the human king in the immemorial era. Who would have thought that it would appear on this insignificant white tiger continent? The mysterious snake sect expert spoke as he walked towards the Moon Lady. Terrifying demonic aura continuously bombarded the Moon Lady, turning into a boundless black snake. He was truly too powerful. Facing this person, the Moon Lady actually couldn't release her power. The holy moonlight was continuously compressed and finally completely merged into the Moon Lady's body. Collect! The mystic snake sect expert raised his hand and took out a strange moon-shaped pendant. The Moon Lady turned into light and merged into the pendant. Trapped within, she could no longer struggle free. Master, you've come? Tyranny Tianhai was being suppressed by Long Chun and was currently in a very difficult situation. Seeing the person who had come, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Trash, I originally liked you a little and thought that you were a promising talent. Who would have thought that you would be so useless? If you can't kill him, don't return to the mysterious snake sect. The expert in the sky hung the pendant around his neck and then looked coldly at Tyranny Tianhai. Master, don't worry, I will definitely kill him. Definitely. Tyranny Tianhai didn't believe that he couldn't even kill Long Qin. If he couldn't kill Long Qin, he really wasn't worthy of such a powerful master. Son of the bright moon, I heard that as long as one consumes your light, they will become immortal. This is too tempting for a martial artist. The mysterious snake sect expert no longer paid attention to Tyranny Tianhai. Instead, he touched the pendant around his neck and smiled. Don't worry, your power has been absorbed by me. That is your glory. After returning, I will think of a way to properly take care of you. The moonlight in the pendant struggled with all its might, constantly hitting the pendant's barrier. The pendant seemed to have cracked. You're really stubborn. I've already enjoyed you. What's wrong with that? Why must you come out? The expert from the mystic snake demon sect sneered. Terrifying black chi seeped into the pendant, trying to trap the moonlight. Stop it! A loud roar came from the ground. Then, an eerie demonic aura shot up into the sky. A heavenly demon war god stood there, his silver eyes filled with killing intent. Then, a sword light pierced out at an astonishing speed. Ignorant brat, you think you can pierce through my defense? The experts from the mystic snake sect looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. The fact that a life-sizer would actually dare to make a move against him left Yang Qi in awe. Ling Xiao's silver pupils were devoid of any emotion, and the expression on his face did not change. Something's wrong! The powerhouses from the mystic snake demon sect were horrified to discover that Ling Xiao's sword was so sharp that it contained a murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It pierced through his defensive vital energy and severed the pendant's chain. A shadowy figure grabbed the pendant and handed it over to Ling Xiao. Bastard! How dare you make a fool of me? This expert from the mystic snake demon sect was far stronger than Ling Xiao. And yet, never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would lose his precious pendant to Ling Xiao. Enraged, he summoned his terrifying baleful devilish energy, transforming it into an 8-headed serpent that shot toward Ling Xiao. Human King Cauldron, stop him! The Human King Cauldron flew out of Ling Xiao's body and shot toward the mystic snake demon sect expert. The terrifying 8-headed serpent was instantly suppressed, and couldn't move. Isn't that the Human King Cauldron in the Myriad Lightning's extreme ground? How could it be in your hands? The mystic snake demon sect expert resisted with all his might to be able to hold his own against the Human King Cauldron, but it was impossible for him to repel it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to unleash the true power of the human king cauldron. Otherwise, the mystic snake demon sect expert would have been instantly killed by the human king cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to the mystic snake devil sect expert's roar. He gently stroked the pendant in his hand and sucked out the baleful devilish energy from it. The moonlight stopped struggling and lay quietly inside, as if she had recognized Ling Xiao. Why? Why, Sister Moon Maiden? You didn't have to do this. Ling Xiao was distressed. Rumor had it that the bright Moon Maiden had taken 10 reincarnations to transform into her human form. And now, the Moon Maiden was willing to return to her moon form for him and his friends. To transform back into her human form, she had to go through 10 reincarnations and go through untold hardships. Why are you so good to me? I'm not worth it at all. Ling Xiao's tears rolled down from his eyes drop by drop. At this moment, other than sadness, there was only sadness. He wished he could replace the Moon Maiden. His path of martial arts had always been fraught with danger. Therefore, it was normal for him to encounter danger. Even if he died in battle or was captured alive, he wouldn't regret it because this was the path he had chosen. Whether he succeeded or failed, he wouldn't regret it. Even in the face of death, he could remain calm. However, he couldn't accept that the Moon Maiden had degenerated because of him. You shouldn't have come back. You really shouldn't have come back. If I, Ling Xiao, die here today, that's my fate. It means that this is the end for me. Why did you come back? He roared in grief and indignation. My cute little man, don't cry. The Moon Maiden's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Her voice was still as gentle and loving as before. Sister Moon Maiden! Ling Xiao wiped his tears and looked at the pendant in his hand excitedly. He didn't know why, but since the Moon Maiden was still conscious, it meant that the situation hadn't reached its worst yet. Silly, I'm not dead yet. There's no need to cry so sadly. The voice sounded again. Even if I die, I'll be satisfied for you. After more than 100,000 years of loneliness, I've long forgotten what love is, what joy is, and what life is. Why do I live? Why am I born? I can't find my goal anymore. I've been holed up in the Yuehua school all day, like a dried-up zombie. Until you appeared, everything changed. In the midst of my gray life, there was a special kind of color. You're really funny. You're not afraid of death. You actually said you liked me and wanted to marry me? At that time, I only thought you were a child who was still wet behind the ears. I only said it casually and forgot about it very quickly. However, I didn't expect that you weren't just saying it. You fulfilled the conditions I set. You dared to fight an enemy who was several times stronger than you for me. Chapter 2069. The Moon Lady's voice reverberated in Ling Xiao's mind. I thought that you would forget about this old woman who doesn't know how to smile and pull a long face after entering this colorful world and seeing so many beautiful young ladies. However, I was wrong. You didn't. You have always loved me and used your own way to explain your tender but precious feelings. I am content. After more than 100,000 years, my life has been rich and colorful. Even if I die now, I will have no regrets. Say no more. Since you know how much I like you, don't die. No matter what you become, I will help you recover. Ling Xiao shouted. I have to experience 10 reincarnation cycles before I can finally take human form. During this period, I will become very weak. Are you really willing to protect me? The Moon Lady asked with a smile. Nonsense. If I don't protect my woman, who will? 10 reincarnation cycles? I will follow you through 10 reincarnation cycles, Ling Xiao said loudly. You really didn't misjudge him. The Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. These words were directed at Ling Xiao. Master, what do you mean by this? Ling Xiao didn't understand. The Yuan Venerate sighed. She originally wanted me to keep this a secret for you. However, I have to say it today. Do you know that you almost went berserk because of a mishap in your cultivation? It was really dangerous at the time. If you hadn't been treated in time, you might have lost your most precious martial soul and your cultivation would have been crippled. Although you wouldn't have died, you would have been no different from a cripple. For your sake, she bestowed her precious bright moon essence to you. This allowed you to avoid the danger of chi deviation, and at the same time, allowed your cultivation speed to greatly increase. However, she lost her precious bright moon essence and needed several years to fully recover. Otherwise, given her cultivation speed, how could that trash from the mysterious snake demon sect be a match for her? Why are you so foolish? Ling Zhao's voice became cold and terrifying. He clenched the pendant tightly and carefully placed it in his pocket before looking at the powerhouse from the mysterious snake demon sect in the sky. His eyes became even colder. His aura became even colder. The heavenly devil incarnation was actually shrinking from the originally 10 meters tall heavenly devil war god. Slowly it became the size of a normal person. However, not only did the demonic chi on Ling Zhao's body not weaken, it became even more terrifying and gloomy. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder, thinking that the end of the world was coming. Panic spread among the people, especially Ling Zhao's enemies. This guy is about to turn into a demon. The expert from the Mystic Snake sect frowned. In the past, although Ling Xiao was also proficient in demonic qi and knew how to use the heavenly demon incarnation, he only used the demon as a tool to prevent the demon from infecting his soul. However, from the moment Ling Xiao learned of Meng Tong and Xian's deaths, the demon in Ling Zhao's body had gradually awakened. The seed of a demon began to sprout. The reason why he was able to destroy the Sea tribe was because of the demon in his heart. Now, facing the tragedy of the Moon Lady being beaten back to her original form, the demon in Ling Zhao's heart became even stronger. But Ling Xiao didn't care. The Moon Lady was willing to be beaten back to her original form for him, willing to undergo 10 reincarnations for him. Why couldn't he turn into a demon for the Moon Lady? The dark seal on his forehead began to slowly open. Terrifying demonic chi seeped out and enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. At this moment, even his own people couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw Ling Xiao. Too terrifying. That sort of bone-chilling evil made it impossible to look straight at him. But the Moon Lady was the only one independent, sticking close to Ling Xiao. She could feel the warmth in Ling Xiao's heart. High Sovereign King, what are you waiting for? Kill him! The expert from the Mystic Snake sect suddenly felt an intense unease, as if something terrifying was about to happen. He shouted at the High Sovereign King. The High Sovereign King did not dare to disobey his orders. Moreover, this Sovereign King had also sensed Ling Zhao's rising aura. This aura made him very uncomfortable. He charged at Ling Xiao, the powerful aura of a rebirth realm martial artist completely erupting. Once again, he slammed into the shield of earth. At this moment, the shield of earth had become pitch black because of being contaminated by demonic qi, emitting traces of the demonic realm's aura. Rumble! A crack appeared on the shield of earth. The High Sovereign King revealed a delighted expression. Ling Xiao, you're dead for sure. This time, let's see what else you have to block me. He guessed that Ling Xiao had used most of his strength to maintain the Human King Cauldron's defenses, so the shield of earth had naturally weakened. As long as he could get close to Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao's death was certain. He had never thought that Ling Xiao could be his match. Ling Xiao did not utter a word. Terrifying demonic qi continued to be released from the seal between his brows. It enveloped him and the space around him. The world seemed to be dyed black, a scene of desolation and fear. Ling Xiao was determined to become a devil. Only by becoming a devil could he kill the enemies in front of him, protect his people, and avenge the Moon Ladies, Meng Tong, Xian, and the countless soldiers who had died in battle. In the distance, the sound of iron hooves trampling the earth grew closer and closer. The 300,000 navy under Qin Zhan's command had already landed. Someone had informed them of what had happened here. Perhaps because of the chaos, the enemy did not notice that Qin Mu, who had just been blasted away, had disappeared. He had been blasted too far away and had been rescued by Cieli, who was hiding in the dark. Cieli also wanted to help in the battle, but she understood that with her strength, it would be better to call for reinforcements. Qin Zhan's army of 300,000 could definitely deal the greatest blow to the Tianhai Empire. Qin Zhan, lead your army of 300,000 and take down Tianhai City. Can you do it? Ling Xiao ordered Qin Zhan, his cold voice able to freeze the world. Of course I can. Qin Zhan had completely rebelled. Until now, he still hadn't rebelled, unless he was a stubborn idiot. The Tianhai imperial family was on his side, yet they wanted him dead. Ling Xiao was clearly the enemy, yet he wanted to save him. If he still couldn't see this clearly, then his years as a general would have been in vain. Very good, you go first. The Heavenly Empire's army will land soon, and the follow-up troops will help you, so you don't have to worry about being alone. Ling Xiao nodded, his face devoid of emotion, only coldness and ruthlessness. Understood. Qin Luan, take your people and follow me. Yes. Qin Zhan, Qin Luan, and the 1,000 elites of Tianhai City walked into the distance. Halt! The Tianhai sovereign king, who had been attacking the Shield of Earth, suddenly turned to attack Qin Zhan and the others. He could not allow Qin Zhan to occupy Tianhai City. Once it was occupied, the Tianhai Empire would truly be finished. Even if it wasn't occupied by the Heavenly Empire, it would probably be occupied by another empire. Chapter 2070. The Tianhai king wanted to kill Qin Zhan, because he couldn't allow him to lead an army of 300,000 to Tianhai City. But just as he was about to pounce on Qin Zhan, a terrifying devil will seeped into his body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Even his soul felt a terrifying tremor and fear. What's going on? Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his soul power to resist the terrifying devil will. But he didn't turn around. He knew that the devil will came from Ling Xiao, and that Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to hurt him. Right now, he had to kill Qin Zhan first. Didn't you want to kill me? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the Tianhai king's ear. An unprecedented fear rose in the Tianhai king's heart. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he was really scared. He was actually scared stiff by Ling Xiao. Die, Tianhai king! You don't have the right to own such a vast territory! Boom! The Tianhai king's body exploded in the air, and devil energy surged. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They simply couldn't believe it. How could Ling Xiao have killed the Tianhai king? Even if the Tianhai king had underestimated him, a life-sizer shouldn't have been able to kill a rebirth realm cultivator. Furthermore, the Tianhai king wasn't seriously injured, unlike Paragon Magic Cube, who had been seriously injured by the 9 Heavens Dew. How had he done it? No one had seen how Ling Xiao had killed the Tianhai king. Only Ling Xiao himself knew. He hadn't released much of the devil energy sealed in his forehead, because he didn't want to lose his mind. So, with his current strength, he really couldn't kill the Tianhai king. But he needed to intimidate him. So he had the Butterfly Lady act. The Butterfly Lady was also in the rebirth realm, and was stronger than the Tianhai king. Unfortunately, she could only act once a day, so she could only be used at the most critical moment. Now that Ling Xiao had decided to become bedeviled, he naturally didn't need the Butterfly Lady's power. Right now, using her strength to kill the Tianhai king was the best choice. Revenge for Meng Tong. Revenge for Xian. And also to take revenge for the countless soldiers of the Heavenly Dynasty who had been tricked. Ling Xiao wrapped the Butterfly Lady's attack with Devil Qi, so it looked like he was the one who attacked. This scene stunned everyone at the scene. Looking at the young man who was floating in midair, the black demonic Qi rising continuously. Many people felt a deep fear in their hearts. How could it be so terrifying? Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, who was currently fighting against Long Qin, was in complete despair. He had assumed that with the help of the Black Snake Devil sect, and the fact that he had reached the 15th level of life seizing, he would have long since surpassed Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he realized that he was really nothing. Ling Xiao had actually killed his father. That was a rebirth realm expert. The powerhouses of the mysterious snake sect were even more shocked. Ling Xiao really couldn't be allowed to live. They absolutely could not be allowed to live. This guy was too big of a threat. Back then, he had only taken first place in the White Tiger Storm meet. Now, he could even kill a Rebirth Realm expert. Even in the Black Tortoise continent, there weren't many people with such terrifying talent. There's no need to hide. Come out and kill him! Kill that brat! The mysterious snake sect powerhouse roared. As his voice rang out, the sky in the distance tore open, and several figures appeared. There were 4 people in total, all of them Rebirth Realm experts of the mysterious snake sect. However, they weren't as strong as the one who had attacked first. These 4 had been hiding in the dark, ready to provide support at any time. After all, the mysterious snake sect was a sect from the Black Tortoise continent. If they did something like this in the White Tiger continent, the other sects from the Black Tortoise continent wouldn't just stand by and watch. These 4 were in charge of keeping watch. However, at this moment, the mysterious snake sect powerhouse sensed that Ling Xiao was a terrifying threat, so he ordered these 4 to come out and kill Ling Xiao. Enough! How dare a sect from the Black Tortoise continent commit crimes in the White Tiger continent? Who gave you the guts? At this moment, more people came from afar. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised by the people who came this time. Brother Ling, I'm here! It was Fan Rahai. Not only him, but also the 3 Rebirth Realm experts behind him. I'm here too! Another group of people rushed over. It was Ji Qing. Although he was alone, his Rebirth Realm cultivation gave him the qualifications to interfere in today's matter. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Rahai and Ji Qing. There was some emotion in his originally cold gaze. It didn't matter what Ji Qing and the Fan family's intentions were. At this juncture, their arrival was a sign of their support for him, a sign of their loyalty. Ling Xiao thanked them. One had to know that coming at this time meant that they might be killed. Many thanks to the 2 of you. Ling Xiao wanted to express his gratitude, but the demonic aura made him extremely cold. Even his words of thanks were a little cold. What's there to thank? You've saved me more than once. Moreover, our Fan family helping you is also beneficial to us. There's nothing to say. Fan Rahai smiled. That's right. My daughter has also been saved by you many times. Moreover, thanks to you, she was able to join the 9 Heavens Palace. How can I, Ji Qing, ignore your matters? Ji Qing also said. Moreover, you, Ling Xiao, are a top member of our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If even you can't be protected, how can our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company do business? How can we make others believe in our strength? As they spoke, another 3 figures appeared. They were all Rebirth Realm experts of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. In today's battle, it was very difficult for cultivators below the Rebirth Realm to interfere, so Ji Qing and Fan Rahai didn't bring them. They only brought Rebirth Realm experts. I'm sorry, Brother Fan. I killed the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Empire, causing you to lose the chance to take revenge. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Rahai and said, Ha ha ha, what are you saying? The Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Empire is dead, and so many people of the Heavenly Sea Empire's imperial family are dead. Isn't it easy for me to take revenge? Fan Rahai laughed. Good brother. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, looked at the expert of the Mystic Snake Demon sect, and said, The strength of the Black Tortoise continent's cultivators should be greatly reduced after coming to the White Tiger continent. I will make you regret coming here. You won't be able to display your full strength, and then die here. While Ling Xiao was speaking, Qin Zhan had already met up with his army, and then directly charged towards the direction of the Heavenly Sea City. Along the way, the Heavenly Sea Empire's army that tried to stop them were all annihilated. Qin Zhan used this kind of slaughter to vent the dissatisfaction and protest in his heart. He was cautious and conscientious, loyal and devoted for dozens of years, but in the end, all he got in return was the tragic death of his entire family. He planned to kill everyone of the imperial family, not leaving a single one alive. Just as his army was advancing, the Heavenly Dynasty's army had also landed. Chapter 2071. In the sky, airships were densely packed. On the ground, the combat golems marched forward. To the Tianhai Empire, this was truly a disaster. Their king was dead, and their crown prince was entangled. They had set a trap for Ling Xiao, but in the end, they had suffered heavy losses. After entering the Sky Sea Empire, the Celestial Empire's army split into 3 groups. The first group continued forward, planning to meet up with Qin Zhan's army as soon as possible. The second group attacked the Silver Fox Empire. The third group attacked the White Tiger Empire. The Tiger King, the Queen of Green Hill, and the Sky Sea King had all died. When they left, they took the heads of these 3 people with them. They wanted to use these heads to intimidate the armies of the 3 empires. Now that the 3 empires no longer had rebirth realm experts, the Life Caesars were the backbone of their forces. The martial artists of 9 Heavens Palace had already met up with the 3 armies, and the Life Caesars would be dealt with by them. As for the number of troops, that was even less of a concern. After Ling Xiao unified the Dragon Phoenix continent, his army was made up of martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty, the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and hundreds of subordinate countries. Purely in terms of numbers, it was much more than the 3 empires combined. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about that. What he needed to do now was to deal with the matter at hand. If he couldn't destroy the Black Snake sect, then no matter how many troops he had, it would be meaningless. In the end, he would still suffer a crushing defeat. Go! The leader of the Mystic Snake Devil sect experts ordered. 4 Rebirth Realm martial artists clashed with the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Fan Clan's Rebirth Realm martial artists. Terrifying shockwaves exploded in the air. A battle between Rebirth Realm martial artists was still as thrilling as ever. At this moment, the angriest and most depressed person was probably Heavenly Sea Tyranny. He had set up the 5-poison absolute death array in an attempt to ruin Ling Xiao's plan. He wanted Ling Xiao to die in Seawatch City. But reality had given him a hard slap. The depressed one wasn't Ling Xiao, but him. Right now, he wanted to kill Longchen as quickly as possible, then find a way to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. However, he was being suppressed by Longchen, and his body was already injured in many places. He simply could not believe that he would be suppressed by Ling Xiao's underlings like this. He became more and more depressed and anxious. Ling Xiao looked at the Mystic Snake sect experts in the sky and focused on controlling the Human King Cauldron. The Human Emperor Cauldron was the only thing he could rely on at the moment. He didn't want to be completely devoured by the demonic qi, so he wanted to release it slowly, and then control it bit by bit. The Human King Cauldron was used to stall for time. It was only a matter of time before the Mystic Snake Devil Sex experts repelled the Human King Cauldron. After all, a magic treasure was just a magic treasure. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be compared to a real martial artist. What's more, Ling Xiao was still unable to unleash the full power of this magic treasure. In the void, a pair of eyes coldly looked over, and a cold smile appeared on his face. If Ling Xiao could see this person, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. He was none other than His Highness from the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple's people died in battle, but he didn't make a move. When Righteous Sex people were defeated by the Moon Lady, he didn't make a move. Even the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Fan family's people were attracted by him. Why? Of course it was to make the situation even more chaotic. He would only be happy if these people died. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die, but as an ambitious person, he was calm enough. Help His Highness the Crown Prince, and the Pope destroy those guys. Vice Pope Chen had been watching the situation from the side. Although he was injured, his injuries were relatively light. He saw Qin Zhan and the others leave, and then saw Heavenly Sea Tyranny and Ling Xian fall into a stalemate, and even at a disadvantage. His thoughts turned. He still had so many demon crocodile guards and heavenly demon cult members on his side. If he didn't use it now, then when? Yes. Hundreds of demon crocodile guards and heavenly demon cult martial artists moved. They couldn't deal with Rebirth Realm martial artists. Even if they were injured, they couldn't deal with them. But to Long Chen, Cold Plum, Ji Loyu, Feng Minglian, and the others, they were a threat. However, the moment they moved, it meant that they couldn't escape death. A cold and terrifying aura fell from the sky. Black and purple flames suddenly ignited on the ground. They looked up at the sky in horror. Above Ling Zhao's head, a huge eye that looked like flames floated there. Burning Heaven Eye, Hell Dragon Fire. The purple-black Hell Dragon Fire instantly swallowed all of the demon crocodile guards and heavenly demon cult members. The terrifying flames began to burn. Mournful screams rose and fell. These screams made the hearts of those who hadn't died tremble. Vice Pope Chen watched this scene in horror, his body constantly retreating. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? With just a glance, everyone was burned to death, except for him. Except for him, who hadn't participated in the attack, so he survived. Everyone else had died, and in such a miserable manner. Vice Pope Chen's entire body trembled like a sieve. He thought that he was the Vice Pope of the heavenly demon cult, that he didn't fear demonic energy. But today, he discovered that he was wrong, and very wrong at that. Ling Xiao was a true demon, a true monster, a monster that could make him completely collapse. You can go die too! Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Vice Pope Chen. Although this person was working for Heavenly Sea Tyranny, he had laid down the 5 poison absolute kill array and killed hundreds of thousands of Sea-Watch City's citizens. Let alone dying once, even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. The huge eye in the sky looked at Vice Pope Chen. In that instant, purple-black flames ignited on Vice Pope Chen's body, but they didn't immediately kill him. If he was killed in an instant, that would be letting him off too easily. Ling Xiao wanted him to understand that he had to pay a price for everything he did. Vice Pope Chen frantically rolled on the ground, screaming, but no one could save him. His life was completely in Ling Xiao's hands. He could only watch as his body was swallowed by the flames bit by bit, enduring the most painful torture. He was burned alive in purgatory. And you! Ling Xiao walked towards Righteous Sect Master, Taoist One Eyebrow. If not for this guy, Moon Lady wouldn't have been so easily beaten back to her original form, and the mysterious snake sex experts wouldn't have been able to mount a sneak attack. Taoist One Eyebrow leaned against a tree, his entire body covered in blood. He was almost unable to move. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked towards him, his eyes filled with fear. Taoist One Eyebrow, you didn't have to die, and you could have controlled the entire White Tiger continent. But you made a mistake. When I wanted to withdraw, you didn't agree, and you wanted to use my friend's life to threaten me. Now you can regret it in endless pain. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and black flames ignited on Taoist One Eyebrow's body. Chapter 2072. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, this poor Taoist admits that he lost today, but you can't kill this poor Taoist. Taoist One Eyebrows laughed. This poor Taoist is the representative chosen by the Heavenly Court Continent's exalted immortals. My body is protected by the exalted immortals' immortal power. No matter how much you hate me, you can't kill me. Are you depressed? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Taoist One Eyebrows, the corners of his mouth raised in a mocking smile. I can even devour the heavenly mandate divine light. Do you really think I can't deal with a mere exalted immortal's immortal power? At that moment, a huge beast crawled out from behind Ling Xiao. The Taotai let out a soul-stirring roar and swallowed Taoist One Eyebrows alive. The Taotai can even devour the star world. Who do you think you are? Even if my Taotai martial soul hasn't matured yet, it's enough to deal with you. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Taoist One Eyebrows found himself in a pitch-black and vast universe. He was horrified to find that in this universe, the immortal power in his body actually began to fear him. What is this place? He yelled loudly. His body gradually melted. I'll let you die with understanding. Hasn't your Jingyi school been looking for the possessor of the mountain and river martial soul? I can tell you now, I've already obtained the mountain and river martial soul. Ling Zhao's voice became the last thing Taoist One Eyebrows heard in this world. His body was crushed, and finally turned into cosmic dust. His power completely merged with the universe. The tyrant martial soul seemed to have grown a little and become even more powerful. While Ling Xiao was dealing with Taoist One Eyebrows. In the sky, the battle between the experts of the mystic snake demon sect, Ji Qing, and the Fan family had already entered a white-hot stage. Terrifying rumbling sounds constantly collided and exploded in the void. There were elements of destruction everywhere. Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, do you really want to become enemies with my mystic snake demon sect? Don't forget, you've always wanted to open a branch in the western region of the Black Tortoise continent, but we rejected it. If you can give up on becoming enemies with us this time, our mystic snake demon sect can let your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company open a branch there. The leader of the mystic snake sect's experts was extremely anxious. He couldn't deal with the human King Cauldron in such a short time. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the heavily injured Taoist One Eyebrow, he became even more anxious. Although this fellow Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't high enough, he had too many crooked methods. As long as he was given the chance, he could even kill a rebirth realm cultivator. Therefore, he had to be careful. Don't try to bewitch people here. Not to mention that I, Ji Qing, have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Even if there wasn't any relationship, if I had to choose between you and Ling Xiao, I would naturally still choose him. Your mystic snake devil sect has offended this little ancestor. Sooner or later you'll be finished. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company doesn't want to die with you. Ji Qing coldly snorted. What about your Fan family? Don't tell me you want me to accompany Ling Xiao in his burial? The leader of the mystic snake devil sect roared. Even if you kill all of us here today, you've offended the mystic snake devil sect. Do you think your Fan family still has a way out? Take care of your own matters first. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to instigate our Fan family? Fan Rohai sneered. You idiots of the mystic snake devil sect really don't have any foresight. You actually chose that idiot Tianhai Tyranny. Although his talent isn't bad compared to Ling Xiao, he's worlds apart. If you offend Ling Xiao because of him, your entire mystic snake devil sect will be implicated. Good. Very good. Are you all willing to accompany that Ling Xiao to his death? Kill them, don't hold back. The leader of the mystic snake devil sect's experts failed to sow discord. Helpless, he could only focus on dealing with the human King Cauldron, hoping to destroy it as soon as possible so that he could participate in the battle. His battle strength was the strongest among them. As long as he was here, eliminating Ling Xiao's group would be as easy as flipping his hand. He obviously knew that Ling Xiao's talent and potential were greater than Tianhai Tyranny's, but Ling Xiao wasn't one of his people. Tianhai Tyranny was a core disciple of the mystic snake devil sect. He had to support Tianhai Tyranny, even if it meant becoming an enemy of Ling Xiao. What's more, if they couldn't recruit someone like Ling Xiao, with the mystic snake devil sect's style, they would naturally kill him. Otherwise, he would become a great enemy in the future. Kill, it's best if we all die together. That way, the White Tiger continent will be mine. His Highness's eyes were filled with madness and excitement. Today's chaos was most likely related to him. Whether it was Ling Xiao or the mystic snake devil sect, it was best if they all died. That would be the most beneficial to him. At this moment, Ling Xiao closed his eyes, refining the immortal energy in Taoist One Eyebrow's body. It had to be said that this immortal energy was truly powerful. It was still stubbornly resisting the constant bombardment of his tyrannical universe. But how could he be stumped by this mere immortal energy? Kill! Suddenly, a black sword aura rose from the ground, piercing the arm of a rebirth realm expert from the mystic snake devil sect. That mystic snake devil sect expert didn't have time to react. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, blasting him to the ground. In the end, his head was cut off by the black sword aura. It turned out that after a round of treatment, 9 Heavens Dream, 9 Heavens Dew, and Liquor Demon's sword had recovered. The reason why they could recover so quickly was simple. Ling Zhao's healing pills were simply too useful. In addition, Ling Xiao had created the best conditions for them to recover. together with the miraculous effects of the Holy Monarch Eye. It was only natural that he would do so. The moment they recovered, they worked together to kill a rebirth realm expert from the mystic snake devil sect. However, when they tried to deal with the others, a terrifying spatial vibration sounded. Everyone looked up at the sky. Of course it's the people who came to kill Ling Xiao! The voice was crisp and clear. It clearly sounded like a woman's voice. 9 Heavens Dream recognized their attire. They were the Linglong Envies from the Linglong Palace. Oh no, the Linglong Palace has joined the battle too. They'd thought that after the Liquor Demon's sword, 9 Heavens Dream, and 9 Heavens Dew had recovered, they'd be able to quickly finish off the Mystic Snake Devil sect and obtain complete victory. Who knew that the Linglong Palace would suddenly attack? This was going to be a little troublesome. The Mystic Snake Devil sect and the Linglong Palace weren't something they could deal with. Fan Family and Sky Dragon Trading Company, get lost. The Linglong Palace doesn't want to be enemies with businessmen like you. Don't choose the wrong path. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. The Linglong Envies from the Linglong Palace were extremely arrogant after they appeared. They were even more arrogant than the Mystic Snake Devil sect. Chapter 2073. Eldest Young Master, let's go. It's not worth offending both Mysterious Snake Sect and Linglong Palace for Ling Xiao. The appearance of Linglong Palace's experts made the Fan family's experts fearful. They began to doubt whether Ling Xiao could really survive. If Ling Xiao was destined to die, why would they help Ling Xiao fight? They were different from Fan Ruahai. They only helped Ling Xiao for the sake of benefits. They couldn't sacrifice everything for someone who was destined to die. That didn't make sense. If you want to scram, then scram. A bunch of cowards. I, Fan Ruahai, will never abandon my brothers. Even if I die in battle, I won't regret it. Fan Ruahai used to be someone who was good at using others, but Ling Xiao changed him. No, it could be said that Fan Ruahai only changed for Ling Xiao. In his eyes, everyone else was still someone he could use. Forget it. If Eldest Young Master doesn't leave, how can we abandon him? I hope Eldest Young Master made the right bet. The Fan family could choose not to fight for Ling Xiao, but they couldn't let Fan Ruahai die. Fan Ruahai was the hope of the Fan family. With Fan Ruahai, the Fan family could rise again. Even if they died, Fan Ruahai couldn't die. I didn't expect the Fan family's kid to have such backbone. Then let's fight together. Even if you die, don't regret it. Ji Qing laughed loudly and said, Ling Xiao, you listen up. You absolutely can't die. If I die in battle, my daughter will be handed to you. What a bunch of idiots. What do you think, Mysterious Snake Sex people? Do you want to work together? Linglong Palace's expert looked at the Mysterious Snake Sex expert leader and asked. Of course. The Mysterious Snake Sect had only sent 5 people this time. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. He didn't ask for too much. As long as he could protect Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and kill Ling Xiao, that would be enough. Good. Great minds think alike. Linglong Palace sent 10 people, all of them Rebirth Realm experts. Their numbers and overall strength were about the same as Jingyi School's 12 spiritual masters. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't have a moon lady with him this time. The remaining people were no match for Linglong Palace and Black Snake Demon Sect. Even if they fought to the death, they would still die. It could even be said that if nothing else happened, all of Ling Xiao's men would die. However, even then, these Rebirth Realm experts didn't choose to abandon Ling Xiao even though they were clearly aware that they would die. The Demon Wine Sword, 9 Heavens Dream, 9 Heavens Dew, Ji Qing, as well as several experts from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Fan family. They all stayed behind. Although the reasons were different, it was directly related to what Ling Xiao had done in the past. Ling Xiao had many enemies. But at the same time, he also had many friends. It could be said that there were as many people who loved him as there were people who hated him. He had always been a person who made a clear distinction between love and hate, and did things his own way. He was half immortal and half devil. Brother Fan, take your people and leave. Go back and take charge of the situation. My heavenly empire needs the support of your fan family. Senior Ji-Ching, take Luoyu and leave first. If there's nothing else in the future, send her to Nine Heaven Palace. Our army's supplies can't be lacking the support of your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ling Zhao's sudden words were incomprehensible to everyone. They were clearly at a disadvantage, but Ling Xiao still wanted these two groups of people to leave. What was he trying to do? In fact, even His Highness in the dark didn't understand the reason. He was very confused. Could it be that Ling Xiao really thought that after entering the demonic state, he could rely on his own strength to fight against so many experts? Too laughable. Too absurd. Why? Fan Ruohai and Ji-Ching asked at the same time. Don't ask me why. In short, don't worry, I'm not going to die. I'll remember your kindness in my heart. Ling Xiao felt very helpless. He knew very well that once he completely entered the demonic state, he wouldn't recognize anyone. Perhaps everything here would be destroyed by him. He didn't want to hurt those who were sincerely willing to help him, so the others had to leave. Palace Master, Sister Lu, you should leave too. Take Feng Minglian, Mou, Zhu Xiaotsong, Long Qin, and Cold Plum to destroy the Jingyi school. I want to completely destroy this sanctimonious sect. There's also the Heavenly Demon sect. Their nest is on the Demon Mountain. There's also the Nightman clan. Subdue them. If they don't obey, kill them all. With the lesson of the sea race, Ling Zhao's handling of the Nightman clan became very decisive and iron-blooded. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be destroyed to avoid civil strife in the future. Senior Liquor Demon Sword, I want you to protect my senior brother Wu Xiang. He's the emperor of the Heavenly Empire. He absolutely can't die. Ling Xiao continued. He had arranged for all the people who could help him to leave. He didn't leave a single one behind. He clearly intended to fight alone here and solve the rest of the problem by himself. But Long Chun was about to say something. But he was interrupted by Ling Zhao's roar. Leave! Anyone who doesn't leave is someone who doesn't treat me, Ling Xiao, as a friend. I'm going to kill him now so that he won't be sad later. That kid's crazy. He's letting his people leave. Is he going to stay here and die alone? The people of the Linglong Palace and the Mystic Snake Demon sect were very confused. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. They thought that Ling Xiao was simply crazy. Leave! Liquor Demon Sword gave Jiutian Meng a look. He knew Ling Zhao's personality all too well. If Ling Xiao wanted to do something, no one could stop him. So rather than wasting time here, it was better to leave first and watch from afar to see what Ling Xiao wanted to do. This way, they could complete Ling Zhao's request. They could help Ling Xiao. Two birds with one stone. Everyone was smart. The Wine Demon Sword's gaze immediately made everyone understand what he was thinking. Then they turned to leave. You think you can leave? Do you really think we're here to watch the show? Liquor Demon Sword and the rest wanted to leave, but the people of the Linglong Palace didn't allow them to. Demonization, Shield of Earth. The pitch-black shield of Earth suddenly appeared between the two sides and rapidly expanded until it covered the entire battlefield, separating the two sides. Leave! Ling Xiao roared at Liquor Demon Sword and the rest. At this moment, Ling Zhao's body surged with an uncontrollable killing intent. Even he found it hard to control this killing intent. So now, he only wanted his people to leave. No matter what happened next, he didn't care. Even if this place became purgatory, he didn't care. Liquor Demon Sword and the rest hid a few hundred miles away. Jiutian Meng waved his hand and a screen with lightning appeared in front of everyone. All the changes on the battlefield appeared. On the battlefield, the leader of the Linglong Palace's Linglong Anva looked coldly at Ling Xiao. However, there was a strange look in his eyes. Ling Xiao, when we came here, the palace master said that as long as you're willing to join the Linglong Palace, we can let bygones be bygones. Chapter 2074. How generous! You can let bygones be bygones, but I can't. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and a terrifying black aura was rising from his silver pupils. I've said it before. From the moment your people attacked me, you were doomed to a nightmare of destruction. Not only will I kill you, but I will also trample Linglong Palace under my feet. Good. Very good. Kid, we gave you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously. You won't be able to bear the consequences. The leader of the Linglong envoys looked at Ling Xiao coldly and disdainfully, releasing a shocking killing intent. All the major forces were like this. Those who followed them would prosper, and those who opposed them would perish. In fact, Ling Xiao was the same. There was no right or wrong. Ling Xiao had thought of this long ago. Everything depended on strength. If you were strong enough, no one would dare to provoke you. Now that the other party wanted him dead, he wanted them dead too. Whoever was stronger would be the winner. The logic was that simple. In the distance, the wine demon sword thought of Ji Lingyue's experience and sighed. Geniuses will always be envied. His sister Ji Lingyue was killed, but luckily she managed to escape. But in the end, she couldn't go against fate and had to join a force she didn't want to join in order to protect herself. Ling Zhao's talent and aptitude aren't any worse than his sister's. Naturally, he will be envied. It seems like it's time for him to find a major force to back him up. That's a matter for the future. Today, what will Ling Xiao do? Jiutian Dream frowned. She really hated herself for not being able to protect the successor of the Nine Heavens Palace. She was too useless. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he really has a way. Jiutian Du was still delusional. She felt that Ling Xiao wasn't such an impulsive person. Since he asked them to leave, he must have thought of a way to deal with those people. They continued to observe the situation at the scene. Ling Xiao was curious why these people from Linglong Palace weren't in a hurry to kill him. After a while, he understood. In the void, a few more people came. Of course, he knew the one in the lead. It was the Crown Prince of the Black Tortoise Temple. He was only familiar with the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The rest of the people were strangers to him. Let me introduce you to the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The remaining four are the representatives of the Tianhai Empire, the Silver Fox Empire, the White Tiger Empire, and the Jingyi School. Since their leader had died in battle, they were fully in charge of the affairs of their respective forces. As for this young man, he is a genius that our Linglong Palace has put in a lot of effort to nurture. You can call him His Highness, oh no, just call him the White Tiger Sovereign King. He will be the monarch of the entire White Tiger continent. The leader of the Linglong Palace's Linglong Envoy's words made the mystic snake devil sex people's faces turn ugly. After we deal with Ling Xiao, we will announce it to the world. An indifferent smile appeared on His Highness's face, as if everything was under his control. This White Tiger Sovereign King was definitely not his end. His goal was very clear. First, he would sit on the throne of the White Tiger Sovereign King. Then, he would think of a way to gather all the resources of the White Tiger continent to help his cultivation. Then, he would create a powerful guard that belonged to him. Then, he would fight for the hegemony of the Black Tortoise continent. From the day he joined the Black Tortoise Temple, this idea had already begun. After 10 years of hard work, he was finally about to realize his dream. Moreover, he was very excited to see the major forces being toyed with in the palm of his hand. The stupid Linglong Palace was just a toy in the palm of his hand. Sooner or later they would have to listen to him. Seeing His Highness's indifferent smile, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's face turned ugly. Because Long Chun and Cold Plum had retreated, he and Ling Xian had also escaped from the battle. He was a core disciple of the Mystic Snake Devil sect. He also had ambitions and ambitions. However, he didn't expect that everything would be calculated by this unfamiliar His Highness. This His Highness wasn't very famous in the White Tiger continent. In these 10 years, he was almost completely immersed in cultivation. Only the Black Tortoise Temple and the 4 great families of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground knew how terrifying he was. This kind of person was too good at enduring. Haha, someone who lost to me actually wants to be king of the White Tiger continent. How laughable! Your mystic snake devil sect and Ling Long Palace are really pitiful. One chose Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, the other chose His Highness. However, both of them lost to me. No wonder you can't wait to kill me. Ling Zhao's smile was cold and eerie. Although he wanted to smile more gently, the demonic energy that was constantly released from his forehead made him look more and more like a demon. A real demon! The mystic snake devil sex expert said coldly. Ling Long Palace, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny is one of the best in terms of talent and strength among the younger generation. Of course, that Ling Xiao is an exception. In any case, he's going to die soon. How can the king of the White Tiger continent be trifled with? You say that His Highness is suitable, but is he really suitable? Ha, outstanding strength. The future king of the White Tiger continent. Let this mystic snake devil sect expert see how easily you defeated Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The Ling Long Palace's Ling Long Unveil laughed coldly. Understood. His Highness casually pointed, and a terrifying force broke through the air. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny circulated all of his internal strength, and used the double-faced Buddha to block, but he was still easily sent flying, suffering heavy injuries. Rebirth Realm Cultivation. The leader of the Mystic Snake Sex experts frowned. He didn't say anything. Although Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness were a few years apart in age, this wasn't a reason. It was clear that the one who had the qualifications to sit on the throne of the White Tiger continent wasn't Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, but His Highness. Forget it, he does have the qualifications to become the White Tiger King. I agree. After the Mystic Snake Devil Sect expert finished speaking, he finally sent the Human Emperor Cauldron flying with a punch. The Human Emperor Cauldron, which had bitterly blocked the attacks for Ling Xiao for so long, finally returned to his spiritual seat to rest. Good, as the future king of the White Tiger continent, I will now eliminate this daring Ling Xiao for you. His Highness looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, I must admit your talent is truly unique. Even I can't compare to you. But you're too fond of seeking death. Facing Ling Long Palace and the Mystic Snake Devil Sect alone, do you really think you have a way out? After I kill you, those people you sent to the White Tiger continent will all die one by one. Don't worry, you won't be alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. His Highness walked towards Ling Xiao in the air, exuding a cold, cruel, and murderous intent. He wanted Ling Xiao to die here, so as to dispel the hatred in his heart. Mystic Snake Devil Sect, Ling Long Palace, and Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, His Highness Sky Wolf Sect, and the other 4 major powers. Very good. Chapter 2075. Ling Zhao's expression was so calm. His aura was also so indifferent. There was even a moment when people mistakenly thought that he was going to resolve today's matter peacefully. However, in the next moment, the black wings on his back suddenly released a black gas. It continuously danced in the void. The entire world that was enveloped by the demonized shield of earth was filled with bone-piercing cold winds. The dense demonic aura seemed to want to devour everyone. I'm afraid you haven't seen what a real demon looks like, right? Today, I'll let you experience the true fear of death. Do you know why I asked my people to leave? It's because once I become a demon, no one can stop me. I'll kill everything in front of me. Ling Zhao's aura was still rising. In the sky, the black demonic clouds were constantly rolling and jumping. There were even black lightning that continuously struck the vast land, causing everything to become depraved and terrifying. Between heaven and earth, there were ghostly wails and howls. The sealed demons were about to break the seal and revive. This guy! What's going on? His Highness suddenly took a few steps back, his expression extremely ugly. This demonic aura was too terrifying. It was to the extent that even a rebirth realm warrior like him felt fear. He originally wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he was frightened by Ling Zhao's terrifying aura. Ling Xiao gently touched the pendant in his pocket. The Moon Lady, who had turned into moonlight, was lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Sister Moon Lady, for you, I'm willing to turn into a demon. I'll definitely make these people pay with their blood. Ling Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but in the ears of the enemy, it was very unsettling. Seal, open! Immediately, Ling Xiao roared. A terrifying black light shot out from between his eyebrows. Then, a terrifying demon king appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He was the demon king of the first heaven, who formed the Night Demon King. What's that? The leader of the Linglong envoys asked in shock. The demon king of the first heaven. Not good, quickly kill him, quickly! Tyranny Heavenly Ocean recognized the Night Devil King and knew how terrifying the Night Devil King was. He never would have dreamed that Ling Xiao would actually seal the Night Devil King inside his body. How did he do it? It was simply unbelievable. The people from the Linglong Palace and the Mystic Snake Demon sect were still confused. 7 more beams of black light shot out from Ling Xiao's glabella. The demon kings of the first heaven to the 7th heaven were all released. The 7 celestial demon kings, who were surrounded by surging demonic chi, were filled with hostility and killing intent. It was as if they wanted to destroy the world in an instant. Ha 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 ha, he's out, he's finally out. Brat, you dared to let us out? You're dead. Don't kill him yet. This brat's body is a good thing. Since he wants to turn into a devil, let's fulfill his wish. Then, we'll destroy those trash and use this brat's body to cause havoc in the profound world. Yes, 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 that's how it should be. Hee hee hee. After the 7 celestial demon kings were released from their seals, they really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, they quickly reached a consensus. That was, they wanted to take over Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's physical body was really too strong. This was a secret that the Night Devil King had discovered when he tried to take over Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, the Night Devil King encountered the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and had his seal broken. However, the 7 celestial demon kings didn't seem to have completely inherited the Night Devil King's memories. They had forgotten the fear of being sealed. Or rather, they had forgotten what they had been sealed by. They even tried to take over Ling Xiao's body. Boom! The 7 celestial demon kings released their terrifying demonic chi at almost the same time. The area within a radius of several hundred li was instantly covered by a black curtain. This was the true end of the world. The true demonic sky. Martial artists who weren't strong enough didn't even have the strength to stand up. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu were still trembling under the protection of several rebirth realm experts. It was as if their souls were about to be extracted. Father, what do you think happened to Big Brother Ling? He'll be fine, right? Ji Luoyu asked her father, Ji Qing, in fear. Ji Qing sighed. He didn't know either. At this moment, it was clear that Ling Xiao was prepared to hand everything over to these 7 celestial demon kings. He was really going to make a deal with the demons. However, he didn't know how great the price of this deal would be. Or rather, no one knew at all. They were relatively far away, but they could already feel the terror clearly. And Tianhai Tyranny and Ling Xian, who were near Ling Xiao, directly fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled violently, and they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if their souls were no longer under their control. They felt as if their lives were going to be devoured by these evil demons, and then they would die here. The Rebirth Realm experts were also stunned. Speaking of which, the White Tiger continent could only accommodate low-level Rebirth Realm experts. In other words, their cultivation could at most reach the 3rd level of the Rebirth Realm, or 3 reincarnations. Currently, the 2 strongest people were the leader of the Mystic Snake Devil sect and the leader of the Linglong Palace. They were both at the 3rd level of the Rebirth Realm. Moon Lady was at the 2nd level of the Rebirth Realm. The rest of the experts were at the 1st level of the Rebirth Realm, but there were differences in strength. For example, Doestime, 9 Heaven's Dream, and Mysterious Underworld were the strongest existences at the 1st level of the Rebirth Realm. But even so, all the surviving Rebirth Realm experts had to bow their heads in front of the 7 celestial demon kings. That's right, the White Tiger continent had its own laws of strength. The peak strength could not exceed the 3rd level of the Rebirth Realm. However, things from other planes were not bound by these laws. For example, the 7 celestial demon kings. The terrifying power they unleashed caused the mysterious snake demon sex leader and the Ling Long envoy of the Ling Long Palace to become extremely terrified. These were 7 living beings from the demon world. Tyrant Tianhai was the most terrified. In the past, when he and his father worked together with the Night Demon King, they had to be careful and listen to his orders like slaves. One day, they suddenly heard that the Night Demon King had disappeared. They couldn't find him. At first, they didn't think that this matter had anything to do with Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was still very weak at the time. It was impossible for him to defeat the Night Demon King. Even today, Ling Xiao still couldn't do it. But who would have thought that the terrifying Night Demon King was actually sealed in Ling Xiao's body? It was just that it had been scattered and turned into the 7 celestial demon kings. He can't control the 7 celestial demon kings. Kill him quickly, or we won't have another chance. Tyrant Tianhai desperately raised his head and said. His voice was terrified and hoarse, filled with anxiety. In fact, even without him saying it, the Rebirth Realm experts understood that Ling Xiao couldn't control the 7 celestial demon kings. Then, they would take over his body. Chapter 2076. What the Rebirth Realm experts were worried about was that, once the Night Devil King got his fleshly body, he would be able to unleash his true power. When that happened, nobody would be able to stop him. Kill him! The experts from the Miraculous Palace and the Black Snake Devil sect attacked at almost the same time, sending a dozen or so streams of terrifying energy toward Ling Xiao. Any one of those streams of energy could easily kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was only in the 16th stage of life seizing. His true strength wasn't enough to stand up to any of these people. Of course, Ling Xiao had long since considered that possibility. This time, he didn't resist becoming bedeviled. Stop their attacks, or I'll self-detonate, Ling Xiao said, looking coldly at the 7 heavenly devil kings. He was threatening them with his own life. You've got guts, boy! The 7 heavenly devil kings exchanged glances, then attacked at the same time. Terrifying black streams of energy shot out, blocking the attacks of the Rebirth Realm experts. In order to get their hands on Ling Xiao's body, the 7 heavenly devil kings had to protect Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao were to die, he would have to search for that almost perfect body again. 7 devils combine! Night Devil King is born! In the instant that the Rebirth Realm experts were pushed back, the 7 heavenly devil kings chose to combine into one, becoming the mighty Night Devil King. If they wanted to take over Ling Xiao's body, they had to do so. Their souls had to be fused into one. Otherwise, if each heavenly devil king tried to take over, it would be impossible to succeed. Ling Xiao's lips twisted into a cold smile. Up until now, the other 6 heavenly devil kings had no idea that Yang Qi had taken complete control of the first heavenly devil king. In other words, the Night Devil King's soul was imprinted with Ling Xiao's imprint. Although Yang Qi didn't know what that imprint could do, it was very important if he wanted to take back his own consciousness. Although Ling Xiao was about to become bedeviled, he didn't want to be completely controlled by the wretch devil. He wanted to leave himself an opportunity. An opportunity to recover. Rumble! The 7 demons merged into one, and the Night Demon King was born. The terrifying demonic light soared into the sky, piercing a huge hole in the shield of earth and completely enveloping the crimson sun in the sky. Between heaven and earth, it became even darker, as if the entire pitch-black sky was about to fall. The 7 great heavenly devil kings merged into one, transforming into the terrifying Night Devil King. The Night Devil King was the ruler of the night, the Devil King of the darkness. Its entire body was pitch black, and boiling hot lava was flowing out of its mouth. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Ling Xiao threw himself into the Night Devil King's body. In that instant, the Night Devil King's pupils turned silver. Ling Xiao temporarily began to control this terrifying Devil King. However, he could also feel that the endless demonic intent was corroding his soul realm, wearing down his will, and trying to devour him. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would have resisted. But today, Ling Xiao didn't do that. He allowed the demonic intent to invade his soul realm. His originally clear soul realm turned pitch black. At the same time, his killing intent became even denser. The current Ling Xiao, aside from retaining a little bit of his consciousness, had basically turned into a true devil king. Heartless, cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty. These weren't just empty words. This was a terrifying existence that wanted to destroy the world. His little bit of consciousness was the result of his negotiation with the Night Devil King. He needed this bit of consciousness to kill his enemies. After killing his enemies, he would be completely immersed in the demonic intent, turning into a devil king. Roar! A terrifying roar came from Ling Gao's mouth. He opened his devil king's mouth, and a terrifying stream of lava gushed out, killing all the enemies in front of him. Since there was no one here, he could unleash his power without any restraint. Dodge! Those Rebirth Realm experts who wanted to attack Ling Xiao frantically dodged. Because they were strong enough, they understood how terrifying this stream of lava was. Rumble! In an instant, Linglong Palace lost 2 Linglong envoys. Ling Xian was also burned to ashes by the terrifying magma. At the moment of her death, she still wanted revenge. She schemed to cooperate with tyrannical Heavenly Ocean to kill Ling Xiao. But in the end, she died so easily at the hands of Ling Xiao. It was truly too regretful, too sullen, and too depressing. But no one had the time to sympathize with him. At this moment, everyone's fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. With just one attack, he easily killed 2 Rebirth Realm experts. This proved that Ling Xiao had completely turned into a devil king. He was no longer that Ling Xiao, but the true Night Devil King. The boiling lava flowed on the ground, and all the trees within a radius of several hundred li were burned to ashes. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. This was the terror of the Night Devil King. This was the trump card Ling Xiao was most unwilling to use, but it was also his most powerful trump card. How can he be so terrifying? The martial practitioners of Linglong Palace and Mystic Snake Devil Sect looked at the cold and indifferent Ling Xiao with trepidation. Dodging the scalding magma was a kind of luck, but if he didn't, he would definitely die. The lava was too terrifying. It was too terrifying. Of course, Tyranny Heavenly Seas was the most terrified of all. Although Ling Xiao didn't think much of a life-sizer like Tyranny Heavenly Seas, the lava that had spilled out of his mouth was still enough to nearly kill him. He scurried around in fear, trying to find a place to escape. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly manner. What are you afraid of? Kill! Join hands and kill him! He knows that we are enemies, which means that he hasn't completely transformed into the Night Devil King. We still have a chance! One of the Linglong Enders from the Linglong Palace shouted. What happened today was really too unexpected. They thought that victory was in their hands, that they had everything under control. However, the current situation was hard for them to accept. How could Ling Xiao have such a terrifying and ferocious thing sealed in his body? How strong was it? At the very least, it had to be a mid-level Rebirth Realm expert, right? A monster that even the laws couldn't bind. Ling Xiao's silver demonic eyes turned to the speaker, and a cold smile appeared on his face. His remaining consciousness could no longer control his attacks, but he could still recognize who the enemy was. Today, everyone here would die. Not a single one would be left alive. Ling Xiao, I know you still have your consciousness. I am the sect leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Please let me go. Yeah, and us too. The 3 of us were forced to come here. If we didn't come, they would have killed us. The representatives of the White Tiger Empire, Silver Fox Empire, Sky Sea Empire, and Righteous Sect all shouted in fear. They were already lucky that they hadn't been sprayed to death by the lava. Next time, their luck might not be so good. That was why they really hoped that Ling Xiao would let them go. Even though what they said was a lie. Chapter 2077. The sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect and the 4 representatives of the 4 great powers were lying. No one forced them. It was all their own will. The only reason he was lying now was to survive. Go to hell! However, Ling Xiao showed no mercy. A terrifying and cold voice came out of the Night Demon King's mouth. Then, the huge demonic hand waved and slapped down on them. Rumble! The world seemed to be shaking. Terrifying black lightning kept falling from the sky. The sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, including the 4 representatives, cried out in fear, hoping that someone could help them, hoping that someone could save them. However, no one helped. Everyone was avoiding the demonic hand that covered the sky. They all hoped to avoid that terrifying attack. The 5 of them also wanted to avoid it, but there was no chance. Block it! The Sky Wolf sect master transformed into a huge wolf and roared at the sky. He waved his terrifying wolf claws to block the demonic hand. At the same time, Crocodile God, White Tiger, Silver Fox, and a huge sword raised their hands. The 5 of them worked together to completely block Ling Xiao's attack. No one wanted to die. They didn't want to die. Now that the supreme ruler of the empire had died in battle, it was time for them to play a role. They might be the ones to lead the empire in the future. How could they choose to die? Rumble, 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 5 consecutive booms rang out. Sky Wolf, Silver Fox, White Tiger, Crocodile God, and the huge sword all shattered. They didn't have the ability to resist that demonic hand at all. In fact, the demonic hand hadn't even touched them. Just the terrifying demonic chi released by the demonic hand was enough to completely crush them. No! Sky Wolf Divine Fist, work for me! Crocodile God's Claw! Silver Fox's Fury! White Tiger's Thunder! Heaven-breaking Sword! The 5 of them were still struggling. They didn't want to die. No one was willing to die. Even if they were stubbornly resisting, they wanted to use their own attacks to exchange for an opportunity to survive. However, it was useless. Nothing was useful. The terrifying demonic hand still slapped down. What they did was like a mosquito fighting against a fly swatter. There was number 100 million to speak of. Instead, it would only accelerate their deaths. At that moment, the 5 pairs of eyes were filled with despair and fear. They were all heroes of the empire, people who stood at the top of the empire. How could they die? Moreover, he had died at the hands of such a brat. However, no matter how unwilling they were or how much they couldn't accept it, the demonic hand still slammed down. The martial artists who were secretly watching from afar were horrified to see the 5 corpses explode under the demonic hand. Then, the 5 corpses were corroded and swallowed by the demonic chi. In the end, not even a corpse was left behind. Tragic beyond compare. Coup! Perhaps because the commotion was too great, it attracted the attention of all the cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles. These people originally wanted to get closer to watch the show. However, when they saw Ling Xiao easily kill the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect and the representatives of the 4 great forces, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The shock in his heart was evident. One had to know that this Sky Wolf sect master was the representative of the White Tiger continent's pinnacle martial artists. The strength of the other 4 representatives was not weak either. The 5 of them working together were actually unable to stop Ling Xiao's terrifying massacre. This was truly too shocking. Go! Taking advantage of the time when Ling Xiao killed the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect and the others, the new energy had just dissipated and the old energy had yet to be generated. The leader of the mysterious Snake Devil Sex experts made his move. The leader of the Linglong Palace's Linglong envoy hesitated for a moment before making his move at the same time. This was because even though they might become enemies in the future, their goal today was the same. That was to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't die, they would probably all die here. One could imagine the power of 2 great 3rd-level Rebirth Realm experts making their move at the same time. The leader of the mysterious Snake Devil Sex experts roared, and the hiss of a black snake resounded. Then, a huge snake head pounced towards Ling Xiao, wanting to penetrate Ling Zhao's body. The leader of the Linglong Palace's Linglong Envoy used a strange colored ribbon. It was like a swimming dragon as it instantly bound Ling Xiao. Kill him! The moment Ling Xiao was bound, the leader of the Linglong Envoys shouted loudly. The leader of the mysterious snake devil sect didn't waste any time. He stuck out his huge black tongue and fiercely landed on Ling Zhao's body. He opened his mouth and bit down, directly tearing off a piece of flesh. However, there was no blood. What flowed out was actually boiling lava. Ling Xiao didn't let out a cry of pain. As if nothing had happened, he opened his huge demonic mouth and bit off the huge black snake's head. Bah! Spitting out the huge snake's flesh, Ling Xiao revealed a crazy and sinister smile. He waved his left hand, and a terrifying demonic aura surged into the sky, tearing apart the leader of the Linglong Envoy's ribbon. Kill! 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 The word kill was constantly coming out of Ling Zhao's mouth. There was only killing intent in his eyes. Only killing intent was being emitted from his body. This guy is completely crazy. He's actually willing to hand himself over to the Night Devil King. Crazy. He's really a lunatic. The leader of the Linglong Envoys and the leader of the mysterious Snake Devil sect didn't expect that Ling Xiao would go to this extent for revenge. It should be known that many warriors would rather die than have their bodies taken over by another soul. However, Ling Xiao actually voluntarily handed over his body and let the Night Devil King completely take over his body. That was why he could erupt with such terrifying combat strength. Just how terrifying was this obsession for revenge? Kill! As the battle cry rang out again, Ling Zhao's huge demonic hand grabbed over again. He actually wanted to kill the leader of the Linglong Envoys and the leader of the mysterious Snake Devil sect at the same time. Scram! The two of them roared at almost the same time and then attacked at the same time. A terrifying Yamata no Orochi appeared behind one of them. It spat out its huge tongue and bit towards Ling Xiao. Ribbons fluttered behind the other person. The dense ribbons shot towards Ling Xiao like chains, wanting to completely imprison Ling Xiao. They failed the first time, but they didn't want to fail the second time. However, the terrifying demonic hand contained a terrifying demonic aura. At the same time, it also contained the royal heaven-earth power in Ling Zhao's body. At this moment, he was basically invincible as he stood there. The demonic hand easily dispersed the two's attacks and continued to grab towards them. The two of them were terrified. They felt as if a human's huge hand was grabbing a young bird. They both wanted to escape. However, several black shadows suddenly pierced out from the void and tightly entangled the two of them. It was Ling Zhao's ultimate skill of the Shadow Esoteric, Shadow Child. It was also a dark attribute skill. It could be used through the Night Devil King's body. Quick! Let's work together to break this shadow! The leader of the Linglong Envoys shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The leader of the mysterious Snake Devil sect also understood. The two of them worked together and attacked the shadow. In the end, they were martial artists at the third level of the Rebirth realm. They finally broke the shadow. Chapter 2078. The leader of the Black Snake Demon sect and the leader of the Exquisite Envoys made the same choice. They used the warriors beside them as shields. Crack! Two sounds rang out at the same time. A Exquisite Envoy and a Rebirth Realm warrior of the Black Snake Demon sect were crushed to death. The leader of the Black Snake Demon sect and the leader of the Exquisite Envoys also let out shrill screams. Although they did not die, they did not completely escape Ling Zhao's attack. Both of their legs were crushed. Only Rebirth Realm warriors could still float in the air. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died from the pain. No! The two of them let out painful cries like pigs being slaughtered. They had volunteered to come to the White Tiger continent to carry out a mission. They thought that this mission would be very safe and that there would not be any accidents. Now, however, they were really regretting that their legs had been crippled in such a backward continent. To a Rebirth Realm martial artist, a broken leg could be replaced with something else. However, This kind of humiliation and pain was something that no one could accept no matter what. However, they did not have time to think about it. Ling Xiao's attack did not stop. After the demonic hand slapped down, a black ball-like object appeared in the middle of the demonic horn. It was filled with a terrifying demonic aura. Then, the black ball-like object shot out. A destructive aura instantly filled the air. Die! All of you die! Rumble! The black ball-like object exploded on the ground. Although the leader of the Black Snake Demon sect and the leader of the Exquisite Envoys had dodged it, however, they had lost 3 of their subordinates. 2 Exquisite Envoys and 1 Black Snake Demon sect expert. Up until now, 5 of the 10 Exquisite Envoys had died. 3 of the 5 Black Snake Demon sect experts had died. 7 of them had died at the hands of Ling Xiao. This loss was really too great. One had to know that this battle was no longer a battle between them and Ling Xiao. It had nothing to do with Ling Xiao's cultivation. This was the Night Devil King using Ling Xiao's body to commit murder. Of course, it was also under the control of Ling Xiao's remnant consciousness. With the Night Devil King's terrifying demonic aura combined with Ling Xiao's consummate skill, how could these people be his match? Under such circumstances, not to mention low-level Rebirth Realm warriors, even high-level Rebirth Realm warriors would not be able to suppress him. Everyone thought of a possibility, and that was after this battle, if Ling Xiao was completely controlled by the Night Devil King, then the entire White Tiger continent would become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, completely falling into an apocalyptic realm. Retreat! Retreat by all means! The leader of the Mystic Snake sect and the leader of the Exquisite Envoy looked at each other. They both knew that it was impossible for them to kill Ling Xiao now. They could only escape. If they could not escape, they all would die. The Black Snake sect's leader grabbed Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean. The Exquisite Insect sects shouted His Highness. These 2 people were the future hope of their 2 sections. They could not allow these 2 people to die here. Everyone else, stop that guy even if you have to die! They gave a death order. However, it made the Exquisite Envoys and the remaining Black Snake Demon sect experts' heart turn to ashes. They thought it was a sightseeing mission. But in the end, it became a suicide mission. This was simply too hard to accept. However, this was not the time for them to consider. The orders of their superiors were iron rules. Otherwise, even if they were not killed by Ling Xiao today, they would be executed when they returned. This was the reality. Being a big force was good, but the rules of a big force were also very strict. They would not tolerate people who disobeyed orders. Their only hope now was that Ling Xiao could not withstand the Night Devil King's power and killed himself. That would be perfect. However, hope was not reality. Ling Xiao did not die. He was still attacking. Terrifying magma spewed out from the huge mouth again, turning the world into a sea of fire. Kill! The magma exploded like a volcanic eruption. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. It was as if a river of magma had appeared between heaven and earth. Ling Xiao gave chase. He wanted to kill them all. How could he let them escape? Hurry up and join forces, otherwise we're all going to die. The remaining 4 Exquisite Envoys and 1 expert from the Mystic Snake Devil sect all thought of joining forces to attack. In that instant, 5 terrifying streams of energy exploded out. One was a black devil snake, while the other 4 were 4 slender swords of energy. Rumble! It was useless. The terrifying blackish-violet magma swallowed everything in its path. The sword energy and the devil snake had no way to survive, and were wiped out one by one. Stop him! It was an almost hysterical roar. 5 Rebirth Realm experts were actually going all out to stop a single life-sizer. They unleashed all the power they could muster, and finally managed to disperse some of the magma. However, all they could do was scatter it. The magma exploded, and one of the Exquisite Envoys didn't have time to flee. He was instantly reduced to ash, and not even his bones remained. 5 people, 1 less. However, the leader of the mystic snake demon sect and the leader of the Linglong Palace's Linglong envoys, did not manage to escape because Ling Xiao's demonized earth shield blocked their path. They attacked with all their might, hoping that they could escape before they were all killed. If they couldn't escape, then they would really have to leave all of them here. Devil will bloomed in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, there was still a sliver of clarity in them. It was the last bit of consciousness he had left, and he wanted to accomplish his goal. Although the Night Devil King wanted to devour that last bit of consciousness, as long as Ling Xiao didn't let him, he couldn't. However, the Night Devil King had thought things through. He had already occupied almost the entirety of Ling Xiao's soul realm, leaving only a tiny bit of consciousness. What could Ling Xiao do? Sooner or later, he would be devoured. He might as well help him accomplish his goal. If he was happy, then it would be easier for him to devour him. Ling Xiao left the 4 rebirth realm experts behind, and directly charged at Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness. Compared to the others, he subconsciously felt that these two were the biggest threat. Although the others were strong, they had already reached the peak of martial arts in their lives. It wouldn't be easy for them to grow. However, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness had great potential. He wasn't afraid, but his heavenly empire wouldn't allow such people to exist. Just like how they couldn't tolerate his existence. With a flash of demonic light, Ling Xiao charged at the two. "Stop him!" The leader of the exquisite envoys roared furiously. At this moment, one of the exquisite envoys threw himself at Ling Xiao, and then chose to self-destruct. A terrifying explosion sounded out from the tall body. One of the Night Devil King's arms was blasted to the ground. As expected of a rebirth realm expert's self-destruction, the power was too fierce. It was this moment of obstruction that finally created an opportunity for the Black Snake Demon Sect expert and the exquisite envoys. Chapter 2079. In the end, the mysterious Snake Demon Sect and Exquisite Palace's exquisite envoy left with Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness. Ling Xiao glanced at them coldly and immediately chased after them. The right arm that had been blown off actually grew back. Demons were demons after all. This self-healing ability was just too terrifying. The remaining 3 rebirth realm martial artists still tried to stop Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned around and 2 huge demon hands pressed down, crushing 2 of them to death. The other died even more miserably, directly bitten to death by the Night Devil King's bloody mouth. After killing these 3 people, Ling Xiao removed the enchanted earth shield and began the chase. Several hundred li away, Wine Demon Sword frowned. "We can't let Ling Xiao chase the Black Tortoise continent alone. Someone has to follow." "I'll go! I'll go!" Cold Plum and Long Chen said in unison. "This matter has to be done by the person closest to Ling Xiao. It's best if we can make him give up on completely turning into a demon. I'll take Cold Plum with me." Wine Demon Sword thought for a bit. "No matter how many people go, it won't help. It's better to follow Ling Xiao's arrangements and complete his plan. But this trip will definitely be very dangerous. Ling Xiao has almost completely turned into a demon. From his killing methods, it's clear that the 2 of you might die." 9 Heavenly Dreams said. "Master won't kill me. I believe in him." Cold Plum shook her head. "If a mere demon can defeat him, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao." Among these people, only Cold Plum had been by Ling Xiao's side for the longest time. She also understood Ling Xiao's temper the best. Although he chose to turn into a demon, he would definitely leave a chance for survival. He wouldn't rashly turn into a demon and leave himself no way out. Because of this, she was sure that even if Ling Xiao turned into a demon, he would still recognize her. "I think so too." The demon Wine Sword laughed and said, "Didn't you notice? Although Ling Xiao's attack was terrifying, he didn't go crazy. His target has always been those enemies, and he didn't turn to attack others. This means that Ling Xiao should still have some consciousness. I'm just afraid that this bit of consciousness will soon disappear." Jiu Tianmeng asked worriedly. "The more this is the case, the more we should help him. At this time, If we don't help him, he will really go crazy. The liquor demon's sword explained. All right, I believe you, but you must be careful. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao wakes up one day and finds out that he killed the people closest to him, it will be very painful. Nine Heavens Dream said. Don't worry, Cold Plum. Come with me. As for the others, act according to the plan and turn the White Tiger continent upside down. The liquor demon's sword cupped his hands, and then grabbed Cold Plum and flew in the direction of Ling Xiao. Just as they were worried, while Ling Xiao was chasing after Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness, the Night Devil King actually tried to swallow up the last bit of his consciousness. At this time, Ling Xiao really fell into a very dangerous situation. He had no choice but to stop and think of a way to resist the Night Devil King's demonic intent. On this day, he chased to Sky Sea City. Sky Sea City had been completely flattened by the army led by Qin Zhan and Scorpion Li. It was a chess piece of the Heavenly Empire. The army was stationed in Sky Sea City, but they didn't do anything to the ordinary people. Of course, if some people didn't know how to appreciate favors and insisted on doing something insensible, they wouldn't be lenient. Kill them. There are so many people, don't you want to kill them? Don't resist, don't go against your will. Kill them and destroy this city. When they arrived at Sky Sea City, the Night Devil King began to bewitch Ling Xiao. He wanted Ling Xiao to kill more. This way, the demonic energy would become stronger, and it would be easier for him to swallow up the last bit of Ling Xiao's consciousness. Ling Xiao's eyes turned pitch black, like the eyes of a devil. But in the blink of an eye, they turned silver again. This was his consciousness fighting against the Night Devil King's demonic intent. Brat, you asked me to help you kill those guys. I've already killed them. Are you still not going to offer up your body? The Night Devil King asked angrily. Shut up, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness haven't been killed yet. If you had followed my plan, I would have offered up my body, but you actually delayed me for so long on the way. Now you're trying to make me kill my own soldiers. Do you think I'll submit? Ling Xiao roared. Not submit? Do you think this king needs your consent? The Night Devil King roared and increased the output of his demonic intent. At that moment, Ling Xiao's silver pupils turned pitch black again, which was terrifying to the extreme. His huge demonic hand was about to slap the troops stationed on the ground. Those were the troops brought by Scorpion Li from the Heavenly Dynasty continent. They were the troops built by his senior brother Wu Xiang. They were the troops that conquered the world for him. Ling Xiao, stop! At this moment, a roar rang out. It was the Liquor Demon's sword and Cold Plum who had arrived. Only when they got closer to Ling Xiao did they realize how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Was this still the young man full of courage and dreams that they knew? This was simply a devil that crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Ling Xiao's whole body was constantly releasing a terrifying black demonic energy, as if he had been soaked in a demon's den. His eyes were filled with cruel killing intent and merciless indifference. Ling Xiao looked at the Liquor Demon's sword and was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around and charged over. Oh no, His Majesty actually sacrificed himself to become a devil in order to deal with those enemies. He wants to kill the Liquor Demon's sword and Cold Plum. What should we do? On the ground, Scorpion Li had already seen the changes in the sky. At this moment, she felt both heartache and helplessness. She wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but she couldn't do it because she didn't have the strength. She wanted to awaken Ling Xiao's consciousness, but her voice couldn't reach the sky. The Liquor Demon's sword, who bore the brunt of the attack, frowned and unsheathed his black demonic sword. He absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao kill him. Otherwise, not only would he be in pain, but also Ling Xiao. However, the terrifying thing was that his demonic sword was usually not afraid of anyone. Today, when it saw Ling Xiao, it actually shrank back. Senior Liquor Demon's sword, put away your sword, Cold Plum said to the Liquor Demon's sword beside her. Listen to me. I believe that Master is rational. If you release your killing intent on him, it may have the opposite effect. The Liquor Demon's sword hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to believe in Ling Xiao. He restrained his killing intent and put away his demonic sword. However, he didn't leave. He and Cold Plum calmly faced Ling Xiao's soaring demonic intent. That demonic intent seemed to want to swallow the two of them on the spot. Ling Xiao, you are a piece of trash. You can't even resist a mere demonic intent. I was really blind to believe that you could help me save your sister. Chapter 2080. The Wine Demon's sword stands under the shroud of the devil intent and is not afraid at all. He has no intention of retreating. He says this to provoke him. Ling Xiao is not willing to yield to anything. Even if he is wholeheartedly obsessed, he is still subconsciously unwilling to yield like this. Therefore, the Wine Demon's sword's words actually make one of his eyes turn silver again. Yes, just like that. Ling Xiao, you can do it. So what if you are a devil? You are the successor chosen by the human king. You are the celestial emperor of the celestial empire. You are the king of this land. Could it be that you are afraid of a foreign devil? Seeing that his words have an effect, the Wine Demon's sword continues to speak. At this moment, Ling Xiao looks a little confused. He hugs his head and roars non-stop. Clearly, he is resisting the Night Devil King's devil intent. Below, the countless soldiers of the Celestial Empire are watching their Celestial Emperor. They are nervous to the extreme. They have finally conquered the Dragon Phoenix continent and entered the White Tiger continent. They do not wish for their Celestial Emperor to go crazy like this. Master! I believe you can do it! Have you forgotten the promise you made to Cold Plum? Have you forgotten that Her Highness Moon Maiden was beaten back to her original form because of you? Cold Plum's voice also rings out. At this moment, all attacks are useless. Only by evoking the tenderness in Ling Xiao's heart, that unswerving determination, can he defeat that terrifying devil intent. Celestial Emperor! Below, roars shake the sky. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers roar at Ling Xiao with soaring fighting spirit. This fighting spirit condenses together and blasts at the rampant devil intent on Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, the devil intent is scattered. In addition, Ling Xiao retains a trace of consciousness and has not been swallowed. Therefore, after a moment, his eyes regain their silver color. Even the Night Devil King's body also quickly disappears. Replacing it is Ling Xiao's heavenly devil incarnation. Senior Wine Demon's sword! I will leave the rest to you. You and Cold Plum don't chase after me either. I'm going to the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground to purge the devil intent from my body. Although Ling Xiao had temporarily regained consciousness, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to continue like this in the next moment. He could feel that the demonic will was still pouncing on him, wanting to completely engulf him. At this moment, only the divine lightning of the peerless lightning extreme sight could dispel the demonic will that soared into the sky from his body. That was the place where the human king had dealt with the traitorous immortals and evil demons. It could definitely be used to deal with the Night Devil King. After saying this, Ling Xiao did not stay any longer, because he had to hurry to the extreme thunder place before the Night Devil King completely devoured his consciousness, or else it would be too late. As for Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness, he would deal with them sooner or later. Right now, dealing with his own problems was the most important thing. Watching Ling Xiao's figure break through the sky and leave, Cold Plum looked at the Wine Demon's sword and said, Senior, I will go to the Extreme Thunder Extreme Ground to accompany Master. I don't care about anything else. Senior, you should follow Master's plan. But you could lose your life at any time. That was extremely dangerous just now. You also saw that once he completely enters the demonic path, he won't recognize anyone. The Wine Demon's sword reminded. Don't worry, Senior, I know what to do. After saying this, Cold Plum had already chased after him. Although her speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao's, she knew the direction to the Extreme Thunder Extreme Ground. This was enough. The Wine Demon's sword watched Cold Plum leave and gritted his teeth. He heard Ling Xiao mention before that Ling Xiao seemed to have cultivated a martial art that could borrow the power of the Heavenly Earth Queen. This martial art could be said to be invincible as long as he was in his own territory. If he wanted to save Ling Xiao, there was actually another way, which was to unify the White Tiger continent as soon as possible and turn it into the territory of the Celestial Empire. Thinking of this, his eyes became resolute. He had always believed in Ling Xiao, and now was no exception. Cieli, let's begin. After the war with the Tianhai Empire ends, immediately head to the Yulang Empire. We have to unify the White Tiger continent in the shortest time possible. The Wine Demon Sword looked at Cieli below and said, Understood. Currently, the enemies in the rebirth state on the White Tiger continent were basically annihilated. It could be said that the Celestial Empire had the absolute advantage. With the Wine Demon Sword, 9 Heavens Dream, and 9 Heavens Do in the war, they were invincible. It was not difficult to unify the White Tiger continent. On the other side, Cold Plum desperately chased after Ling Xiao. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the Extreme Thunder Extreme Ground. She could sense Ling Xiao's aura. She had spent more time with Ling Xiao than the Moon Lady, so she naturally could not sense wrongly. Master, even if you really become a demon, you have to maintain your original heart. Cold Plum really did not care what Ling Xiao was. It did not matter whether he was a demon, a ghost, or a demon. She only cared about Ling Xiao's safety. She also did not care about the people of the world. Even if Ling Xiao became an enemy of the mystic world after becoming a demon, she would still stand on Ling Xiao's side. Her only hope was that Ling Xiao must maintain his original heart and not let his will be devoured by the demonic will. She believed that her master could do it. For so many years, she had never seen any martial artist with a stronger will than her master, Ling Xiao. With such a strong will, he did not give in after experiencing so many dangers. He did not lose his mind even after being threatened by so many experts. How could he admit defeat this time? Cold Plum trusted Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. And it was absolute trust. Cold Plum stepped into the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground and followed Ling Xiao's aura. Finally, she found Ling Xiao in the midst of a thunderstorm. This was the most central part of the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground, and also the place with the densest concentration of divine lightning. Thus, it was also called the Land of Lightning. Crazy bolts of lightning bombarded Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's flesh to split open and blood to flow. But every time the lightning struck, Ling Xiao would actually smile. Clearly, this lightning was effective against the Night Devil King. This was divine lightning that could intimidate evil spirits. It definitely had a miraculous effect against a fellow like the Night Devil King. Cold Plum quietly stood there and looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's body constantly being smashed and then healed, she felt as if she had experienced that pain herself. It was like her heart was being cut by a knife. Of course, she didn't alarm Ling Xiao. She knew what Ling Xiao was doing. He was rising from the ashes. Although it was painful, he would be even stronger after his rebirth. This is the territory of the Black Turtle Temple, Yang Qi thought. Although all the Rebirth Realm experts were killed, there are still quite a few life seizers. I have to be careful. Cold Plum sat down to stand guard over Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked over at her and thanked her gratefully. Then he focused all of his attention on fighting the devil will of the Night Devil King. Before, he had no one to stand guard over him, so he had to split some of his awareness to keep an eye on the situation. After all, he knew that this place was not completely safe. But now that Cold Plum was there to stand guard, he could focus on his own business. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2081. My lord, today is the new year. Here's a toast to you. From afar, Lin Mei raised her wine glass and toasted Ling Xiao. After the new year, Ling Xiao would be 18 years old. And yet, this stubborn young man had already created his own legend on the Heavenly Dragon continent, the God Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent. Who's there? Cold Plum said, looking off into the distance. 2 silhouettes arrived gracefully. Ha! We just wanted to come to the Myriad Lightning's desolate ground to cultivate. Who would have thought we'd run into such a big fish? Ling Xiao, it looks like he's in bad shape. One of the two figures was none other than Lin Yuan. His cultivation base was lower than Song Mofeng's and Qin Yu's, but because of that, he had managed to survive by hiding in the Black Turtle Temple. At first, he had been afraid of Ling Xiao. But after a closer look, he realized that Ling Xiao was in a very weak state, and therefore, wanted to kill him. Screw off! Cold Plum said coldly. Screw off? You dare tell us to screw off? Lin Yuan laughed mockingly. If I remember correctly, you're Ling Xiao's girl, right? Not bad. You actually made it into the top 10 at the White Tiger Summit. But you're just a little girl who's not even in the licensing level. Do you really think you can protect him? Cold Plum didn't say anything. From the look of it, these two didn't know the true level of her cultivation base. That was fine. She could take them by surprise and kill them. With that, she blurred into motion, becoming nothing more than a blur. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Lin Yuan. Die! She said, stabbing coldly toward Lin Yuan's throat. In that moment, Lin Yuan was completely flabbergasted. How could you? No! Impossible! How could your cultivation base be higher than mine? Lin Yuan roared in horror. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sharp blade pierced through his throat. At that moment, he thought of many things. He was actually walking further and further down the path of death, and in the end, there was no turning back. When the other martial artist saw Lin Yuan being killed, he cried out in fright and turned to flee. Cold Plum tried to stop him, but it was too late. That guy seemed to have a talisman that could teleport him directly to the Black Tortoise Temple. Oh no! Ling Mei furrowed her brows. Following this place where lightning gathered would most likely become a place of trouble. She turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was still wholeheartedly fighting against the demonic will. He had no idea what was happening in the outside world. But if Cold Plum called him, he might wake up. However, Cold Plum didn't do that. She didn't want Ling Xiao's efforts to go to waste. I swear to protect Master with my life. Cold Plum's eyes were filled with determination as she stared coldly ahead. A short while later, several dozen Black Warrior Temple's cultivators arrived. Kill! The two sides didn't talk nonsense and directly started fighting. A few days had passed. The White Tiger continent was filled with smoke and had now returned to peace. The three armies of the Heavenly Empire attacked the Heavenly Sea Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and White Tiger Empire at the same time. After taking down these three empires, apart from the troops left behind, the rest of the army gathered together under the command of Xie Li and charged towards the Welang Empire. As for Wu Xiang, he had already taken charge of the Heavenly Sea City and started the construction of a new capital. It was difficult to conquer the world, but it wasn't easy to defend the world. The following work was the most troublesome. On Xie Li's side, the Welang Empire collapsed in just one day. This was because the Heavenly Wolf sect was destroyed overnight. The Welang Empire's royal family announced their surrender. The army did not expend a single soldier and settled all the battles. The Jingyi sect also collapsed almost overnight. An unknown rebirth realm expert took over all the Jingyi sect's territory and announced to the world that the Jingyi sect was an evil sect that couldn't be believed in. Although there were stubborn people who tried to resist, they were fiercely suppressed. Combining strength and gentleness was the way of the king. Blindly merciful or blindly tyrannical couldn't achieve anything. This was also the principle that the Heavenly Empire had always followed. After completely occupying the White Tiger continent, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the power of law was released. The White Tiger continent and the Dragon Phoenix continent finally merged, turning into a complete continent. Wu Xiang announced that the White Tiger continent was renamed the White Tiger region. At this point, the Heavenly Empire had the Heavenly Dragon region, the Divine Phoenix region, and the White Tiger region. The Empire's area expanded further. At the same time, the officials of the original Divine Phoenix city began to move. Because the principle set by Ling Xiao was that the Empire's capital must always be at the forefront. The current White Tiger region faced the Black Tortoise continent directly. Choosing here to build the capital was naturally the best. Moreover, the White Tiger region had just been established. Everything was still unstable, not as peaceful as the Heavenly Dragon region and the Divine Phoenix region. It had to be strictly controlled. It was the new year, and many places started to celebrate. However, the White Tiger region wasn't peaceful, and there wasn't the festive atmosphere of the new year. The original White Tiger continent's people were scared witless, very afraid that they would bury their original lives because of the change of the dynasty. And the Heavenly Empire's army was worried sick at heart, not knowing how their Heavenly Emperor was doing. The battle outside Seawatch City, as well as what happened in Heavenly Sea City, simply couldn't be covered up. Now, in the White Tiger region, it had almost spread everywhere. Those who didn't know were shocked to the extreme. Those who knew, when talking about it, still thought that they were dreaming, that all of it wasn't real at all. Ling Xiao came to the White Tiger continent alone, and in the end, killed the Heavenly Sea Sovereign King, the Tiger King, the Queen of Green Mountains, the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, as well as the sect master of the Jingyi school, Daoistime, outside Seawatch City. Even the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple, Xianming. If this wasn't shocking enough, then what was even more shocking was that Ling Xiao had turned into a demon, killing the people of the Black Tortoise continent's western region's great forces, the mysterious Snake Demon sect and Linglong Palace, until they fled in a sorry state. Domineering, invincible, awe-inspiring. The only pity was that Ling Xiao was actually possessed by the demonic intent, and his whereabouts were unknown. All the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire were waiting for their Heavenly Emperor to step out of the Jianghu again. Without their Heavenly Emperor, they really didn't know where the future of the Heavenly Empire would be. They didn't know what the future would be like. One must know that since the Heavenly Empire was born in the Heavenly Dragon continent, it had always been their Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao, who rushed to the forefront, solving one trouble after another for them. This was why the Heavenly Dragon domain, Divine Phoenix domain, and White Tiger domain existed. Without Ling Xiao, could this empire still be maintained? People didn't know, but they were very worried. After all, Ling Xiao was their spiritual pillar, the symbol and representative of this empire. The Heavenly Dragon domain was now completely under the control of the Ling family, but the people of the Ling family weren't happy at all. They were all looking forward to Ling Xiao's return. The Divine Phoenix domain was now commanded by Ji Ning, assisted by the former Peacock clan and Rock clan. Because these two clans had submitted to Ling Xiao, they had also received Ling Xiao's high regard and trust. Chapter 2082. The Peacock tribe and the Rock tribe had been worried at first, worried that Ling Xiao would suppress them and treat them like slaves. But now, they completely supported and trusted Ling Xiao. It was very simple. Ling Xiao had given them enough benefits, and didn't treat them like slaves. Although they really were Ling Xiao's slaves. Today, most of the Divine Phoenix domain was celebrating. But these two tribes were praying that Ling Xiao was safe and sound. They knew that if something happened to Ling Xiao, no one would know how to deal with them. The White Tiger domain was temporarily under the command of Emperor Wu Xiang. In the imperial palace of Sky Sea City, Wu Xiang looked worried as he read through memorials. Feng Mingxiao and Feng Minglian were by his side. The family of three was happy and harmonious. But there was no smile on their faces. "I wonder how junior brother is doing." Wu Xiang put down his brush and sighed helplessly. "Father, don't worry. I believe that brother Ling will be able to turn misfortune into blessing." Feng Minglian comforted him. She was also saved by Ling Xiao, and had some ambiguous feelings for Ling Xiao. She also believed in Ling Xiao. Feng Mingxiao said, "That child can even resist the heavenly mandate holy light. What is a trifling devil will to him?" "That's right. Then let's build up the White Tiger domain and welcome his return." Wu Xiang's eyes shone with determination. Meanwhile, in the desolate land of 10,000 lightnings, the battle was still going on. Ling Mei's entire body was bathed in blood, and there were wounds all over her body. Although she was very strong now, there were too many opponents, all of whom were life-seizers. She fought with all her might, but the number of enemies seemed to never decrease. Fortunately, she had the healing pills and internal energy recovery pills that Ling Xiao had given her. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Bitch, do you really want to die? Who is that Ling Xiao to you? He's already possessed, yet you're still so protective of him. How could he know? The Black Tortoise Temple's cultivators were also stunned by Cold Plum's bloody appearance. Even though he was covered in blood, he was still extremely ferocious. By now, more than 100 life-seizers from the Black Turtle Cathedral had died at the hands of Cold Plum. No one was willing to let this continue. Thus, someone suggested a war of attrition. In any case, Ling Mei was already injured. Even if they didn't attack and only harassed her from the side, Ling Mei wouldn't be able to heal herself. In that case, Ling Mei would die from her injuries sooner or later. Cold Plum's lips curled into a sneer. Even if the Black Tortoise Temple's people didn't make a move, did it mean that she wouldn't? Plum blossoms condensed from fresh blood danced in the air, landing in the middle of the crowd, and began to attack wildly. If you want to deal with Milord, you'll have to do it over my dead body, Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't have many goals in life. She just wanted to stay by Ling Xiao's side and protect Ling Xiao. For that, she was willing to do anything. If she had to pay the price of her life to keep Ling Xiao alive, then she would do it. This is bad. This girl is too vicious. Let's work together to destroy her. Realizing that delaying tactics weren't working, the Black Tortoise Temple cultivators were furious. There were hundreds of people present, including more than 100 life-seizers and a few hundred yin-yang realm cultivators. Although these people would not be able to cause any harm to Ling Mei if they fought alone, once they joined forces, they would be very powerful. Kill! A group of people charged forward like madmen. The yin-yang realm cultivators were used as cannon fodder, while the life-seizers prepared to launch sneak attacks. Although Cold Plum kept unleashing killing moves, she was too tired, and her injuries were too severe. She killed countless people, but still couldn't stop the enemy's attacks. Soon, the encirclement was only 2 or 3 meters wide. Milord, I'm sorry. Cold Plum can't stay with you forever. A pair of black feathers appeared behind Cold Plum's back. The power of the black feather folk was fully unleashed. She was going to go all out and take these people down with her. She had no other choice. If she could hold out a little longer, perhaps Ling Xiao would be able to suppress the will of the Night Devil King. Screw off! An angry roar suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. He had been completely unaware of what was happening outside, and had been focused on fighting the Night Devil King's will. But now that Cold Plum was in danger, he had taken full control of his body. The Night Devil King had already lost half of his soul realm to the divine lightning. Now, coupled with the strong feelings Ling Xiao had for Cold Plum, Ling Xiao's consciousness was as hot as the sun. A thunderous roar resounded as divine lightning struck down. The Black Tortoise Temple's cultivators that surrounded Ling Mei were reduced to dust, drifting away with the wind. Cold Plum, you're so stupid! Looking at the unconscious Cold Plum, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Right now, he had temporarily suppressed the terrifying devil will, but it was only temporary. He had to find a way to deal with it once and for all. Not only would he be able to use this terrifying power, but he would also be able to avoid becoming a devil. Otherwise, if this happened every time, he wouldn't be able to handle it. And if he could fool the Night Devil King once, then the Night Devil King probably wouldn't listen to him a second time. So this time, he had to solve the problem completely. He looked in the direction of Nine Heaven Palace. Although Nine Heaven Palace had declined, it still had ancient books that had been passed down from 100,000 years ago. Perhaps he could find some information from them. Moreover, Cold Plum also needed to rest. Thinking of this, he left the place where the lightning gathered and stepped into Nine Heaven Palace. There was already no one in Nine Heaven Palace. In order to help Ling Xiao take down the White Tiger Continent, Nine Heaven Dream had transferred all the people there. If there was anyone, it would probably be the woman who was waiting in the huge hall of ancient books. Ling Xiao gave Cold Plum a healing pill, but he didn't dare to heal her. Because the demonic energy in his body was still causing trouble. If he wasn't careful, there would be more trouble. It wasn't easy to use the divine lightning to suppress the Night Devil King. He didn't want to go crazy again. Otherwise, he might even kill his own people. In the ancient book hall, there was indeed only that woman. Seeing Ling Xiao, that woman first frowned, then said, "Leave her to me, you go to the 3rd floor, there should be something you want there." "Thank you, Senior." Ling Xiao had no reason to doubt this woman. Because this woman felt even more terrifying than Nine Heaven Dream. If she really wanted to make things difficult for him, she didn't have to go through so much trouble. After handing Cold Plum to the woman, Ling Xiao stepped into the 3rd floor. In the vast ancient book hall, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and released his soul power, beginning to search for books that could help him. 9 Heaven Devil's Sealing Seal! Soon, Ling Xiao found an ancient book. This was a seal created by the mysterious Queen of the 9 Heavens 100,000 years ago to seal demons. Although he didn't know if it was useful, he still had to try. Chapter 2083. It wouldn't be easy to seal the Night Demon King with his own strength. However, as long as he succeeded, the Night Demon King would no longer be a burden to Ling Xiao in the future. Instead, it would become an extremely terrifying trump card. Therefore, the success of the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Mark was really important to him. According to the book, some preparatory work was required. For example, he had to refine a demon sealing pill first. The demon sealing pill wasn't easy to refine, but it was an essential item to seal the Night Demon King. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had killed many powerhouses during this period of time and obtained a lot of benefits at the White Tiger Storm meet. Therefore, he had all the ingredients for the pill. He spent 20 minutes to refine a demon sealing pill as a backup. One shouldn't think that the demon sealing pill wasn't much just because it was easy to refine. In fact, the demon sealing pill was a top-notch dark-grade elixir. It was the best elixir Ling Xiao could refine at the moment. Generally speaking, top-notch dark-grade elixirs could only be refined by alchemists who were at least at the 3rd level rebirth grade. However, Ling Xiao had the Taiji Eye, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, and the guidance of a Yuan Venerate. Therefore, he was much stronger than the average alchemist. He was able to refine an elixir that simply couldn't appear in the White Tiger continent. After refining the elixir successfully, Ling Xiao placed the demon sealing pill in a jade bottle and prepared to use it later. Besides the demon sealing pill, the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Mark also required an essential item, the true Samadhi fire. This was something that Ling Xiao had as well. The true Samadhi fire was a sacred fire that was very difficult to find in the world. However, Ling Xiao had managed to obtain it. If these two most difficult conditions were met, the success rate of the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Mark would be extremely high. But I'm still missing one thing. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. According to the book, one more thing was needed besides the demon sealing pill and the true Samadhi fire. That was the Azura Demon Core. Rumor had it that the demon realm had the Azura race that was the best at fighting. The 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Mark that the 9 Heavens Mysterious Queen had created had used the Azura Demon Core as the core material. The stronger the Azura, the better the effect of the Demon Core. However, this Azura Devil Core made things difficult for Ling Xiao. The value of this item was much higher than the Demon Sealing Pill and the true Samadhi Fire. The key point was that this was the mystic world, and Azuras were rare to begin with. They had only appeared 100,000 years ago, and if he wanted to find them again, all he could find were their corpses. But where was he going to find Azura's corpse now? "Don't you have it?" Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. Previously, because Ling Xiao's consciousness had been suppressed by the Night Devil King's demonic intent, his Yuan Venerate had also been imprisoned and unable to make a sound. Now that Ling Xiao's consciousness had regained control, the Yuan Venerate could speak again. "I do?" Ling Xiao was stunned. "Of course you do. The demon sealed in the skyscraper furnace is an Azura warrior. His strength is probably even more terrifying than the Night Devil King's. If young Master Shaluo hadn't used the Shaluo Great Array and the human ruler cauldron to destroy that fellow, you would probably have died there as well. The Yuan Venerate sighed. The Azure Devil Core is definitely enough to seal a mere Night Devil King. Is this it? Ling Xiao thought, and a black gem-like object appeared in his hand. This was what he had obtained from the Azura's body. Ling Xiao hadn't known that this was the Azure Devil Core, but he hadn't thrown it away. It would be a pity to throw away something obtained from the body of such a powerful demon. That's right, this is it, the Yuan Venerate said with a smile. All right, now that the 3 materials have been gathered, I can release the Night Devil King. Ling Xiao followed the steps described in the book. If he succeeded, he would naturally be able to seal the Night Devil King and make his demonic intent completely disappear from this world. Only his power would be available for him to use. However, if he failed, he wouldn't be as lucky as he had been before. He might really become a demon that didn't care about his own family. You have to think this through. Not only will this process be extremely painful, but the consequences will be unimaginable if you fail. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Master, don't worry. I will succeed. The 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Seal can seal even more powerful demons. This Night Devil King is probably a mid-level or high-level rebirth grade being. If I still can't seal him, I will really have to accept my fate. Ling Xiao had no other choice. Actually, this was a path he had to choose. After all, if he didn't seal the Night Devil King now, the Night Devil King would recover very quickly and completely take over his body. Boom! The moment the Night Devil King's demonic intent was released, the entire hall began to shake violently. A terrifying black chi pervaded the air as if it was going to destroy the entire place. However, there was a great array set up by the mysterious Queen of the 9 Heavens here. No matter how strong the Night Devil King was, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had chosen to seal the Night Devil King here. Kid, you went back on your word. You said that you would offer up your body. The moment the Night Devil King was released, he was furious to the extreme. Nonsense, you were the one who went back on your word first. If you hadn't delayed me along the way, I would have definitely killed all my enemies. You even tried to make me kill my own friends and soldiers. How can I tolerate your evil intentions? Ling Xiao said coldly. Kid, although I don't know where you got the courage to release me, you are dead meat now. The Night Devil King pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao whole. I don't think so. Ling Xiao sneered and swallowed the demon's sealing pill. The demon's sealing pill could form a demon sealing inscription around the consumer. These inscriptions could protect Ling Xiao and prevent Ling Xiao from being killed by the Night Devil King. This was the effect of the demon sealing pill. You think this demon sealing inscription can stop me? It can protect you for a while, but it can't protect you forever. The Night Devil King roared crazily. The demonic chi became even more ferocious as it rampaged through the entire hall. Even the experts of the 9 Heavens Palace on the first floor sensed it. This kid is really crazy. He actually wants to use the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Seal to seal such a powerful demonic being. No, I have to go take a look. The experts of the 9 Heavens Palace looked at the sleeping Cold Plum and used a secret technique to protect Cold Plum before leaping up. Just as she reached the entrance of the 3rd floor, a towering demonic chi rushed out and sent her flying. So terrifying. The experts of the 9 Heavens Palace were shocked. One had to know that although she hadn't made a move, her cultivation was the strongest in the 9 Heavens Palace. She had already reached the 3rd level of the rebirth realm. She couldn't even resist the demonic chi. If it wasn't for the mysterious Queen of the 9 Heavens array protecting the hall, all the books here would have been destroyed. Crazy, really crazy. Is this child courting death? Chapter 2084. To be honest, Ling Xiao was also a little shocked. When this Night Devil King was underground in the past, he was directly suppressed by the Tyrant Heaven Martial Spirit before he felt strong. Today, Without the help of the Tyrant Heaven Martial Spirit Black figure, it was not easy to rely on himself. Samadhi True Fire! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The Samadhi True Fire was released from his body, instantly filling the entire great hall. The Samadhi True Fire and fiendish chi clashed in this great hall. That Night Devil King cried out in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao was protected by the Devil's Sealing inscription. He could not get close at all for a while. Now, he was going to be burned by this Samadhi True Fire. Although he was not afraid, after a long time, it would be very troublesome. He wanted to escape for the time being. There was also a terrifying Grand Array here. He could not get out either. This was simply catching a turtle in a jar trapped. For a while, he might not be afraid of the Samadhi True Fire. But this Samadhi True Fire's characteristic was that the longer it was, the higher the temperature. Hence, it was often used to refine pills. If this went on for a long time, even he would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao looked at the Night Devil King with cold eyes. Actually, he was not relaxed in his heart either. On one hand, he had to control the Devil's Sealing inscription. On the other hand, he had to control the Samadhi True Fire to fight with the Night Devil King. This was really a very difficult thing. But in order to be able to seal the Night Devil King, he did not care anymore. The Night Devil King was not willing to wait for death like this either. He attacked Ling Xiao even more frenziedly. The entire great hall kept shaking as if it could collapse at any time. On Ling Xiao's side, although he had the dual protection of the Samadhi True Fire and the Devil's Sealing inscription, the Night Devil King was seriously too strong. His body suffered heavy blows continuously. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. At this time, the terror of the mystic world body was manifested. Especially now that the Heavenly Empire had already unified the White Tiger continent and renamed it the White Tiger region. This piece of land that Ling Xiao was in had already become his territory. This mystic world body could continuously absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy and strengthen continuously. Although fresh blood kept flowing out of his mouth, Ling Xiao was able to hold on. Not only were his internal organs not damaged, they were still strengthening. It could be said that the tens of thousands of celestial soldiers had done him a great favor. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't killed in one blow, he would be invincible. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. In the constant stalemate, Ling Xiao gradually gained the upper hand. Night Devil King's body was constantly being burned by the Samadhi True Fire. Much of the devil chi had already been burned red. This was equivalent to being assimilated by the Samadhi True Fire. The Night Devil King's body turned transparent. At this moment, the other 6 Heaven Devil Kings attempted to split open again to protect themselves. However, the will of the Demon King of the First Heaven belonged to Ling Xiao. If he was determined not to split, then the Night Devil King would not split. Master, is that the Night Devil King's magic core? Ling Xiao could not help but ask when he saw a similar black crystal in the Night Devil King's transparent body. That's not a demon core, because the Night Devil King is formed by the 7 great Sky Fiend Kings. That thing should be a demon fiend seed. Take it out quick! Yuan Venerate shouted. Understood, Master. Ling Xiao knew that his master would not harm him. Since his master had asked him to take out the demon fiend seed, it would definitely be beneficial to him. He stood up, used the Demon's Sealing inscription to protect himself, and walked over to the Night Devil King. Although his right hand was also protected by the Demon's Sealing inscription, he felt as if his entire arm was about to be crippled when it pierced the Night Devil King's body. Only the bones were left, and the flesh had completely rotted. That kind of intense pain almost made Ling Xiao give up directly. Fortunately, he did not give up. His hand finally grabbed the Demon Fiend seed and pulled it out. Is this the Demon Fiend seed? The energy inside feels so terrifying. What can this thing do? Ling Xiao had a feeling that all the power of the 7 great Sky Fiend Kings was condensed in this small seed. Furthermore, it was extremely unstable and could erupt at any time. That's right. This is the Demon Fiend seed of the 7 great Sky Fiend Kings. It was condensed from their origin source energy. Don't be fooled by its small size. You have to know that it was condensed from the power of 7 high-level rebirth realm powerhouses over tens of thousands of years. With this demon fiend seed, the 7 great sky fiend kings could transform into the Night Devil King. Can you imagine? How terrifying would the power of such a terrifying thing be if it were to erupt completely? Even human immortals might perish, let alone rebirth realm martialists. The Yuan Venerate looked at the black seed-like thing in Ling Zhao's hand with some apprehension. Given your current physical condition, you are still unable to convert it into your own power. However, you can turn it into your ultimate move. SSS. Ling Zhao couldn't help but gasp. He now had a clearer understanding of the terrifying demon fiend seed in his hand. At the moment, the demon fiend seed was constantly releasing terrifying corrosive energy that corroded Ling Zhao's demon sealing inscription. If this continued, Ling Zhao's hand would be crippled. Even the recovery speed of his mystic world body couldn't compare to the speed of this thing's destruction. He had to think of a way to deal with it immediately. Master, how should I deal with this demon fiend seed? I can't hold on much longer. Ling Zhao asked. It's very simple. Don't you have the Azure Demon Core? Put this demon fiend seed in it and swallow it. The Yuan Venerate's voice was very clear. However, Ling Zhao froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Master, are you sure you want me to swallow this thing? His worries weren't unfounded. Swallowing the demon fiend seed wasn't even recorded in the 9 heaven demon sealing seal. Ling Zhao could even imagine how dangerous and frightening this step would be. It should be known that martialists usually cultivated their bodies from the outside to the inside. Therefore, the inside of the body was definitely the weakest. Even though Ling Zhao's internal organs were extremely tough because of his mystic world body, they still couldn't compare to the surface of his body. To be honest, Ling Zhao was a little conflicted, hesitant, and conflicted. Swallowing it would certainly allow him to obtain a great deal of power, but the outcome would also likely be death and complete destruction. All the hard work he had put in before could be completely destroyed in this attempt. Even he himself would be reduced to a pile of rotten bones. Did he really have to do that? He had been fighting with the Night Devil King for so long and had finally gotten a chance to take the initiative. If he gave up, wouldn't that mean that he had failed? No! How could he give up? Since he didn't want to give up, he might as well go crazy again. Life or death. He might as well take a gamble. If he survived, his strength would definitely soar. If he died, he would vanish into thin air and perish together with the Night Devil King. In any case, he couldn't let the Night Devil King truly occupy his body. Chapter 2085. The step of putting the demonic fiend seed into the Azure Demon Core was to minimize the damage the demonic fiend seed would cause to the body. After all, the Azure Demon Core was also the energy core of the demon race, and was rather compatible with the demonic fiend seed. Of course, this was relatively simple. The difficult part was swallowing it. Ling Zhao gritted his teeth and stuffed the Azure Demon Core with the demonic fiend seed into his mouth before swallowing it. The moment the Azure Demon Core was swallowed, Ling Zhao felt as if his body was being corroded by terrifying venom. He was in so much pain that his forehead was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. His face, in that instant, was deathly pale to the extreme. Bear with it! Ling Zhao encouraged himself in his heart. He used his soul spirit to look inside and discovered that the Azure Demon Core had started to mess around after entering his body. It was as if a terrifying wild beast was colliding with his meridians and internal organs. Every collision caused him to be in great pain. Although his body was also protected by the demon sealing inscription, he still felt excruciating pain. Under the torture of the Azure Demon Core, Ling Zhao's internal organs and meridians were completely dislocated and squeezed into a ball. Even a large number of his cells were being corroded and shattered. An ordinary person would have died by now. However, Ling Zhao had a mystic world body after all. While it was being damaged, it was also being repaired constantly. Therefore, he wasn't dead yet. However, the terrifying torture he was experiencing was really worse than death. He couldn't sit still anymore. His body kept rolling and bumping on the ground. He was trying to alleviate the intense pain in his body. Don't be afraid of the pain. This is already the best outcome. With the Azure Demon Core, it shouldn't be able to kill you. Now try to control it. The Yuan Venerate encouraged Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crawled off the ground. Although his face was pale and he was drenched in sweat, he still endured the intense pain and sat there. The power of the Heavenly Earth Queen gushed out of his cells and completely enveloped the Azure Demon Core. Stop right there, you runaway horse! At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be taming an outstanding but bad-tempered wild horse. He kept trying. Then he broke free. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Since it could even suppress devilish will, he would absolutely not let go of this devil fiend seed. Once. Twice. 3 times. After experiencing countless failures, Ling Xiao felt that his control over the power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth had become much more adept. Due to the continuous absorption of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, this Royal Heaven Earth power had also become even stronger. Finally, a barrier formed by the power of the Heavenly Queen of Earth formed around the Azure Devil Core. Then, using the power of the Royal Heaven Earth Queen, Ling Xiao slowly extracted the power of the demonic fiend seed and let it slowly circulate in his meridians according to his own arrangements. Wild Horse finally became obedient. Success? The Yuan Venerate also gradually calmed down. The current Ling Xiao could really be described as covered in cuts and bruises. His entire body had been corroded beyond recognition by the terrifying devil fiend seed. It was really fortunate that he hadn't died and was able to maintain his human form. What a terrifying little fellow! I was prepared to use my soul as the price to save you once. I never imagined that you would really succeed and endure the terrible torture of the devil fiend seed. If you can endure such pain, your future prospects will really be limitless. The Yuan Venerate was really glad that he had accepted such a disciple back then. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to witness such a miraculous scene. He originally didn't have much hope for revenge. After all, his enemy was that terrifying king of sovereigns. However, after seeing Ling Xiao actually endure such cruel conditions today, the flames of hope in his heart seemed to be ignited. The originally noisy main hall became silent. The powerhouses of Nine Sky Palace brought Cold Plum, who had already woken up, to the 3rd level. They didn't see Ling Xiao. Instead, they saw something that looked like an egg floating in midair. However, the egg was completely black and constantly emitted a terrifying demonic aura that made people feel apprehensive. Senior, is that my master? Cold Plum asked in confusion. Even if you asked me, I don't know. This kid tried to use the 9 Sky Demon sealing mark to seal the Night Demon King like a madman. However, I also read that book and there was no such situation. It seems like your little master has failed and has been completely enveloped by the demonic intent. He can no longer return to his original appearance. The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace sighed. Forget it, I'll send him on his way. Since he can't defeat the demonic intent, I'll kill him before he completely turns into a demon. As she said that, she walked over to the huge black egg-shaped object. He wanted to destroy the egg-shaped object directly. She believed that Ling Xiao would agree with her. That young man didn't want to turn into a demon. There was no way around it. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't be willing to be completely manipulated by the demonic intent and become a puppet. However, just as the powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace was about to make a move, cracks suddenly appeared on the originally quiet eggshell. Devil energy flowed out from the cracks, but most of it was the spirit energy of heaven and earth. As the aura spread out, the cracks grew larger and larger. The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace stared in shock, then stopped in place. Inwardly, she was completely shaken. When Ling Xiao had first arrived, his cultivation base had been in the 16th stage of life seizing. But now, he was in the 18th stage, only a step away from the reincarnation level. Although it was strange, that aura was definitely Ling Xiao's, and not the Night Demon King's. Don't tell me that the kid really did seal the Night Demon King? Not only that, but his cultivation base also increased? The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. Although the man's actions were crazy, he had made the right bet. After all, the last 3 levels of the life-seizing level were very slow to progress, and required massive amounts of power. That was why Ling Xiao's cultivation base had been stuck in the 16th stage of life-seizing for so long. But now, he had broken through to the 18th stage of life-seizing. That was one of the most difficult levels. Senior, is Master all right? Cold Plum asked cautiously. Don't worry, he should be fine. The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace nodded. It seems I misjudged you. Your master really is incredible. Not only did he not get devoured by the demonic intent, he actually used it to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base. What she didn't know was that Ling Xiao's greatest benefit wasn't his cultivation base increase, but rather, his enlightenment of the 13th stage of the profound truths of shadows. By fusing the power of the Night Demon King into the profound truths of shadows, he had gained enlightenment of the Night Devil Flower. The black Night Devil Flower was beautiful, and the terrifying power it unleashed was something that not even reincarnation realm experts would dare to face. Chapter 2086. One flower, one world. That was to say, one flower could destroy an entire world. The Night Demon Flower could destroy the mystic world, but the key was to see how high Ling Xiao's cultivation could reach. Crack! The crisp sound of an eggshell cracking echoed throughout the entire hall. Cold Plum and the experts from Nine Heavens Palace looked at the eggshell nervously. The eggshell cracked and fell to the ground. In that instant, the entire hall shook as if there was an earthquake. What a terrifying thing! Such a small piece can cause the earth to shake. Amazing! The experts from Nine Heavens Palace were also frightened. Cold Plum, eat these cracked eggshells. Remember, just a small piece is enough. Leave the rest for others. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice came from the eggshell. Cold Plum nodded and picked up all the cracked eggshells. The fingernail-sized eggshell actually contained a terrifying amount of energy. Cold Plum didn't dare to eat it immediately. Instead, she put it in her storage ring. She planned to eat it when she broke through to the rebirth realm. Perhaps it could help her break through. Crack, crack! As the eggshell cracked faster and faster, Ling Gao's body was also revealed. A ball of green and gold light completely enveloped him. Although his clothes were already torn apart, they still covered him completely. Ling Zhao's severely injured body was now completely intact. Not only was it as if he was never injured, but it was also obvious that his body was stronger than before. He took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. However, his brows were furrowed. There was no other reason. The energy in his body was too abundant, as if he was about to break through to the rebirth realm. However, he couldn't break through yet. According to the theory of reincarnation, wherever one broke through to the rebirth realm, they would be reincarnated to that place. For example, if he was standing on the White Tiger continent now, he would be born on the White Tiger continent after reincarnating. Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with this. The White Tiger continent's cultivation conditions had already severely restricted his development. If he wanted to truly make greater progress, the best way was to head to the Black Tortoise continent. Even if they were to start over, the starting point of the Black Tortoise continent would definitely be higher. Therefore, his body was actually suppressing this energy. Master! Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, Cold Plum ran over excitedly. Although she was almost beaten to death by the people of the Black Tortoise Temple, in the end, she was able to help her master completely abandon his demonic intent and regain his sanity. This was the best outcome for her. She was very pleased. Cold Plum, thank you! Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum. This girl had stayed by his side and had never asked for anything. She had only been protecting him. To be honest, he was a little moved. Looking at Cold Plum's pale face, Ling Xiao really wanted to hug her and comfort her. However, he didn't do so in the end. He only had the Moon Maiden in his heart, and he was more grateful to Cold Plum than he liked her. Master, what do we do next? Cold Plum seemed to have noticed the awkwardness of the atmosphere and couldn't help but change the topic. Next, we naturally have to go to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao replied. I don't plan to spread the news that I'm still alive. Of course, I also hope that you won't leak it. His thoughts were actually very simple. He was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If others knew that he didn't die or didn't turn into a demon, then there would definitely be endless trouble. One had to know that for a long time after entering the cycle of reincarnation, his combat strength wouldn't be as good as it was now. That was the most dangerous time. He had to be careful. If he died or turned into a demon, no one would pay attention to him anymore. He would be treated as a legend who had passed away. Another point was that he wanted to see if those people in the Heavenly Empire would try to betray him if something really happened to him, or if he died. It was best to solve the internal problems as soon as possible. This way, even if he left the mystic world and stepped out of the Heaven's chosen gate, he wouldn't have to worry about anything happening in the Heavenly Empire. As for the lives of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness, he would definitely take them. However, he was more concerned about how to restore the Moon Maiden to her human form. If he could reincarnate a step earlier, he definitely wouldn't want to delay it. Right now, the Heavenly Empire had the Wine Demon's Sword, 9 Heavens Dream, and 9 Heavens Dew. Even if Heavenly Ocean Tyranny wanted to take revenge and His Highness wanted to take back his White Tiger Monarch throne, he would have to defeat them first. These two would probably choose to train hard. Who knows, they might meet again in the Black Tortoise continent soon. Ling Xiao didn't say these words out loud, but the experts of 9 Heavens Palace and Cold Plum weren't idiots. They could also guess. Master, I'll go with you to the Black Tortoise continent, Cold Plum said. No, your target is too obvious. Once you're discovered, this brat will suffer, unless the two of you enter the cycle of reincarnation together. The expert of 9 Heavens Palace said. Senior is right. I'm a dead man now. As a dead man, I should keep a low profile. It's best if I act alone. Cold Plum, go back. However, don't tell anyone that I'm still alive. The more people know about this, the easier it is to be exposed. After you go back, take Longchen with you to the Black Tortoise continent. If the two of you choose to reincarnate, it's best to go there. Take your reincarnation seeds with you. This way, you can retain your current memories, Ling Xiao also said. Cold Plum pondered for a long time before nodding. All right, master. I'll listen to you. She wasn't an unreasonable woman. As long as it was beneficial to Ling Xiao, she would definitely listen. Next, I still have one more thing to do. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Black Tortoise Temple, it's time to bid farewell to the White Tiger domain. This extreme lightning place will belong to 9 Heavens Palace in the future. At this moment, Black Tortoise Temple was in chaos. Without a rebirth realm martial artist presiding over the situation, everyone wanted to be the new leader. Stop arguing. Let's think about how to kill Ling Xiao. That guy is cultivating in the extreme lightning place. It seems like he wants to fight against the demon will. It's best if we take this opportunity to eliminate him. Finally, someone spoke up. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that it was none other than Xian Feng who was held hostage by Ling Xiao. After Xian Feng was rescued, he had an unbearable memory. During those few days, he had nightmares every day. Every time, he would wake up in a nightmare. There was only one content in the dream, and that was being tortured by Ling Xiao. Originally, Xian Ming led the Black Tortoise Temple's experts to kill Ling Xiao. He thought that he had gotten his revenge. However, the news that came was that Ling Xiao had turned into a demon and killed Xian Ming and the others. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was now engulfed by the demon will and was very weak. As long as he took this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, he could still get his revenge. Chapter 2087. Xian Feng fantasized about becoming the new leader of the Black Tortoise Temple. However, just as everyone was discussing, the entire Black Tortoise Temple suddenly shook. Terrifying divine lightning struck down one after another. Without the support of the Rebirth Realm cultivators, the Black Tortoise Temple's array was gradually shattered by the divine lightning. In the end, the temple began to crumble and collapse. A large number of Black Tortoise Temple cultivators were killed. Just as a large number of cultivators were being killed, the Black Tortoise Temple cultivators saw a 10-meter-tall demonic creature appear outside the Black Tortoise Temple. Huge demonic claws waved about, easily destroying the temple. "Ling Xiao! It's Ling Xiao! He's here for revenge!" Xian Feng shouted in horror. Countless cultivators screamed in horror. Unfortunately, there was no way to escape, and begging for mercy was useless. That demon clearly intended to destroy the entire Black Tortoise Temple, leaving no trace behind. At this time, the patriarchs of the 4 major families appeared. Although they did not belong to the Black Tortoise Temple, they were subordinates of the Black Tortoise Temple. How could they tolerate Ling Xiao's atrocious behavior? However, the moment they appeared, they were easily dealt with by a middle-aged woman in white. Although these 4 people were also Rebirth Realm cultivators, their strength was weaker than any of the venerables of the Black Tortoise Temple's 13 temples. Facing a Rebirth Realm 9th Heaven Palace cultivator, they stood no chance. This day was destined to be a tragedy for the Black Tortoise Temple, destined to be a day of bloodshed. The Black Tortoise Temple and the 4 major families, other than the old and weak, women and children who did not come out to fight, the rest of the cultivators who could fight were all slaughtered. This day was also designated by the Linglong Palace as the temple's day of calamity. The Linglong Palace swore in front of all the forces in the western region that they would capture the demon Ling Xiao and dismember him. However, according to the rumors, after Ling Xiao completely turned into a demon, the Night Devil King had already taken control of his body. Ling Xiao was no more than a walking corpse. It did not matter whether he was killed or not. The Night Devil King was too powerful. There might not be anyone in the Black Tortoise mainland who could restrain him, not to mention the White Tiger mainland. This matter was left unsettled. Of course, this was something that happened later. Right now, Ling Xiao was standing alone on the land of the Black Tortoise continent. This was a remote area of the Black Tortoise continent that was adjacent to the Storm Ocean. Ling Xiao found a very secluded place and set up a formation. He stored all the valuable items on his body and began to break through. Once he broke through, he would enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although the original martial techniques and memories would be brought along, the items couldn't be taken away. He could only hide everything for now. Given his array formation skills and the skills of a Yuan Venerate, no one in this remote place would be able to break the array formation he had set up. "Sister Moon Maiden, let's reincarnate together. Although I don't know what you will become and who you will become, I will find you as soon as possible after reincarnating." Ling Xiao grabbed the pendant in his hand and said, "I believe you." The Moon Lady trusted Ling Xiao as much as she trusted herself. The reason why she was willing to abandon her human form for Ling Xiao and return to her original form was because of this trust. "Let's begin." Ling Xiao clutched the pendant tightly. He hoped that he and the Moon Maiden could be reincarnated to the same place. This way, it would be easier to find her. However, whether or not it was possible to do so was unknown. At the very least, he had to try. In a small town in the Black Tortoise continent, a young man was munching on melon seeds while watching the street performers amusing themselves with great interest. This Black Tortoise continent was indeed extraordinary. The people who performed tricks and sold their skills were actually all in the celestial realm. They were much more powerful than the martialists of the Sky Dragon continent of the past. The young man looked to be about 12 years old. He had delicate features and a cold expression. As he munched on melon seeds, he stared at the little girl performing. "It's not her." After staring for a long time, he actually shook his head like an adult and sighed. He seemed very disappointed. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. His current appearance had been adjusted by him with the Yin-Yang Demon King's ability. No one could recognize him. He had just entered the cycle of reincarnation for 12 months, but he had already grown into a 12-year-old young man. This was the benefit of entering the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, the family that he entered the cycle of reincarnation also had the surname Ling. Moreover, his name was Ling Xiao. This was not a coincidence. It was destined. As long as one entered the cycle of reincarnation, they would usually be reborn into a family with the same surname. Moreover, the parents would naturally give the child the same name as before. All of this was the effect of the laws. Even if this child could grow to be a year old in a month, no one would find it strange. This was because in the Black Tortoise continent, such a situation was very common. It was even considered normal. The reason why he stared at the girl just now was that he thought she was the reincarnation of the Moon Maiden. Unfortunately, she wasn't. He had been looking for the Moon Maiden since he was 6 months old. Now that he was 12 months old, he still couldn't find her. To be honest, this made him very anxious. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a manservant rushed over recklessly and bumped into him. "Little Fifth, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ling Xiao got up from the ground and frowned as he looked at the servant and asked. In the past 12 months, in order to not let others think that he was special, he had been cultivating in secret. He did not display his strength, and pretended to be an ordinary person. Once he had enough time, he could leave this place and look for the Moon Maiden. "Not good, young master. Something happened. Something big happened. Old master, he was beaten to death." Little Fifth was the servant of Ling Gao's new family. In the past 12 months, Little Fifth had been serving Ling Xiao. Especially when Ling Xiao was unable to walk on his own, Little Fifth was the one who carried him. Therefore, the two of them had a very good relationship. Hearing that his father was dead, Ling Xiao suddenly dropped all the melon seeds in his hand onto the ground. To be honest, he had never treated his father who had reincarnated as his father. It was only because he had retained his past memories that he felt a little awkward acknowledging someone else as his father. However, the moment he heard that his father had been beaten to death, he was stunned. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by something. His father was an alcoholic who was not very capable. However, he had become like this after his mother's death, so he could understand. Most people would be like this after being emotionally stimulated. However, some people would be able to stand up again, while others would be dispirited for the rest of their lives. It was true that his father was an alcoholic, but he had never beaten him when he was drunk. In fact, he treated him very well. "Let's go! Let's go back!" Ling Xiao felt that the family matters after reincarnating had nothing to do with him. Chapter 2088. The town where Ling Xiao was reincarnated was called Yuhua Town. It was rumored that an immortal had ascended here. There were 2 big families in Yuhua Town. One was the Chen family, and the other was the Ling family. To put it bluntly, the Ling family was the local tyrant of Yuhua Town. They were even more powerful than the Ling family of Tianfeng City. Even the Chen family was inferior to them. Reincarnated into such a family, if it were an ordinary person, they would be glad. It was better than being born in an ordinary family. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. Because his father was just an adopted son of the Ling family. To put it nicely, he was an adopted son. To put it bluntly, he was just a little higher than a servant. In addition, his father's martial arts aptitude was quite low. He was only at the peak of the martial vein realm. This was simply unimaginable in the Black Tortoise continent. Although the martial artists of the Black Tortoise continent also had to start cultivating from the martial vein realm, whether it was the resources or the density of the world's spirit energy, the martial artists here could cultivate to the transcendent realm and celestial realm in a very short time. Even the Grotto Heaven realm and the Yin-Yang realm were easy to advance. But there were some people with low aptitude who had cultivated for decades and were still in the martial vein realm. In the eyes of most people, they were simply trash. Ling Xiao was once treated as trash, so he understood that trash generally didn't have a high status. But even so, He didn't expect that his father would be directly sent to a mine more than 10 miles away from the Ling family's ancestral home to work as a coolie. During that time, his mother was pregnant with him, a reincarnated person, but there was no one around to take care of her. His father was really worried, so he came back to take a look. As a result, he was discovered by the big shots in the family. They actually beat their mother to death right in front of their father. He was extremely lucky to be born as a posthumous child. It was also because of this that his father was muddle-headed from then on, pretending to be crazy and drinking all day long. Finally, no one sent such a lunatic to the mine, and Ling Xiao was taken good care of because of this. Outsiders thought that his father was a lunatic, but only he knew that his father wasn't stupid. He pretended to be crazy and even drunk in order to take care of his son. That's why he didn't blame this drunkard. He also thought of bringing this drunkard to the Heavenly Empire in the future and let him enjoy life. But how did that drunkard die today? And he was beaten to death by someone. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the angrier he got. Originally, he had only planned to peacefully get through this transition period and then leave with his father. But unexpectedly, the peaceful days were still broken. First, his mother had died, and now his father had died. Although they were only his parents who had reincarnated, they were still related by blood. If he didn't take revenge for this, wouldn't he, Ling Xiao, be a man in vain? The guards outside the gates of the Ling family coldly looked at Ling Xiao. He stopped him and little fifth outside the door. Have you forgotten the rules so quickly? Give me the money! The reason the guards stopped Ling Xiao was because every time Ling Xiao entered the Ling residence, he had to give them a tip before they would open the door or let him in. Otherwise, they wouldn't even put this young master in their eyes. Scram! I'm in a bad mood today. Ling Xiao was indeed in a bad mood, very bad. He couldn't find the Moon Lady, and his parents were dead. How could he be in a good mood? Oh my, you've grown a temper. Little brat, do you really think you're a young master? One of the guards directly grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and pulled him up. He shouted, When your father was still alive, we didn't treat you as a young master. Now that your father is dead, you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you want to die? I'm courting death. Do you dare to do anything to me? Ling Xiao's cold eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. This killing intent was very similar to Ling Xiao's before he reincarnated. It was just that it wasn't as strong. Even if we don't dare to kill you, no one will stop us from beating you up. In the end, the guards didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was still the young master of the Ling family in name, and they were just servants. As he spoke, one of the guards directly raised his leg and kicked Ling Xiao. Gotcha! Ouch! But this time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to hide his strength anymore. It was too painful to hide his strength. It had been 12 months, and he had been looked down upon everywhere. Today, he couldn't even go to see his father die. How could he endure it? His body was the body of the mystic world. Although he was in the Black Tortoise mainland and wasn't as strong as in the Heavenly Empire, he was only at the first level of the mystic world. However, the guard in front of him was only a first-order transcendent realm cultivator, while he had already restored his cultivation to the heaven realm in just 12 months. For a first transition cultivator, the heaven realm was divided into 4 stages: low, middle, high, and peak. There was no need to go through the complicated cultivation stages. The low stage was equivalent to an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 3rd layer. The middle stage was the peak of the 6th layer. The high stage was the peak of the 9th layer, and the peak stage was the half-step paradise realm. The same was true for the martial vein realm and transcendent realm. There was a huge difference between a first transition cultivator and an ordinary cultivator. Every time he broke through, he would be much faster than ordinary warriors. He was a dignified heaven realm cultivator. Although he was only at the low stage, it would be strange if a trivial transcendent realm cultivator didn't break his bones. Little brat, what are you doing? The other guard became anxious and directly pulled out the long sword at his waist to stab at him. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he dodged the opponent's sword and stabbed it into the guard's throat. the guard died on the spot. Coldly looking at the other guard who was almost scared silly, Ling Xiao said, "Normally, I don't want to bother with you, but do you really think I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully? He was killed because he used his sword. You were lucky, you only used your foot to kick me, so you broke a leg. Little fifth, let's go." After saying this, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the guard and called out to the stunned little fifth before stepping into the Ling family's courtyard. The Ling family's courtyard was bigger than the Ling family's in Tianfeng City, and the decorations inside were more exquisite. After all, this was the Black Tortoise continent. It seemed that in terms of quality, everything was higher than the Sky Dragon continent. Just as he stepped through the door, a dozen people suddenly chased after him. One of them was dressed gorgeously. He was the son of the Ling family's eldest son, his cousin. This person was called Ling Bei, 18 years old. The person standing next to Ling Bei had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He had a cunning face and was a relative of Ling Bei's mother. His name was Huang Wu, 17 years old, 1 year younger than Ling Bei, but the gap in strength was huge. The others were all Ling Bei's lackeys. This Ling Bei relied on his identity, as the eldest grandson, to put on airs in the family. Towards people like Ling Xiao, he naturally bullied him a few times to show off his nobility. In the past, Ling Xiao was not interested in fighting with him because he felt it was too boring. Chapter 2089. Ling Xiao had originally planned to quietly pass this period of reincarnation. After his cultivation recovered, he would leave this place. He would not offend anyone and would not be in the limelight. However, when news of his father's death came, he did not want to endure any more. He, Ling Xiao, had never endured before. He had fought and killed his way here. He had had enough of such a tortoise-like life. He was the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Now, he was being bullied by trash from this small Yuhua town. How could he endure this? It was not wrong to say that Ling Bei was trash. This guy was already 18 years old. Most of the young warriors in the big cities of the Black Tortoise continent had already entered the yin-yang realm at this age. However, the warriors in this small town were too weak. They were only in the heaven realm. They had cultivated for 18 years, which was not even comparable to him cultivating for 12 months. As for Huang Wu, there was no need to mention him. He was a big piece of trash. Perhaps his standards were too high. After all, Ling Xiao had participated in the White Tiger meet. He had met many people there. Even if they were his enemies, which one of them was not more talented than these two pieces of trash? However, even so, these two pieces of trash, especially Ling Bei, were praised as the geniuses of Yuhua town. Ling Xiao wanted to laugh. It turned out that in this small town, geniuses were actually so worthless. Ling Bei's men blocked Ling Xiao. Then, he walked out of the crowd and looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. "Kid, your drunkard father is dead. Have you also gone crazy? You even dare to kill our Ling family's guards?" In Ling Xiao's eyes, Ling Bei was trash. However, in Yuhua town, Ling Bei was considered a genius in the eyes of others. Thus, it was normal for this person to be arrogant. However, he should not have been so sarcastic after Ling Xiao's father had died. "A watchdog wants to kill its master. Can I kill this dog?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Bei coldly. Killing intent had already risen in his heart. Although his cultivation had yet to recover, a First Revolution Heaven Realm martial artist was much stronger than an ordinary Heaven Realm martial artist. In his eyes, Ling Bei was nothing more than a bug that could be easily squashed to death. He didn't make a move immediately because the other party didn't make a move either. Even if he is a dog, he belongs to the Ling family. You are just the son of an adopted son. What right do you have to kill him? Ling Bei looked down at Ling Xiao condescendingly, as if he had already become the patriarch of the Ling family. Even if I did, what are you going to do about it? Don't tell me you want to take revenge for killing your son? If it were any other time, Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to argue with this trash. But today, he was in a bad mood. Not good at all. How dare you! Beat him up! Ling Bei was probably used to being arrogant. When he heard that Ling Zhao's attitude was not good, he immediately waved his hand. His lackeys immediately surrounded Ling Xiao and attacked him. They wanted to beat him up. Beat him as hard as you can. It doesn't matter even if he dies. Just like his alcoholic father, no one will care even if he dies. Ling Bei shouted loudly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He lightly stepped on the ground and a vigorous force was injected into the ground. Then, it rushed out and sent the lackeys flying. At the same time, he rushed forward and grabbed Ling Bei's collar. Although he was only 12 months old, he was as tall as a 12-year-old. Moreover, he was taller than the average child. It wasn't impossible for him to grab Ling Bei's collar. It just wasn't as smooth as before. Did you kill my father? A cold killing intent appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. Although he tried his best not to use his previous martial techniques in order to hide his identity, the power of the Heaven-Earth Queen was not a problem at all. This was a part of his body's strength. Others wouldn't be able to tell. You. What do you want? Ling Bei was shocked. He never thought that this unknown kid would be so strong. Answer my question, or I will kill you too, Ling Xiao said coldly. When Huang Wu saw this scene, he was also shocked. He stared blankly at this kid who didn't even talk much. He couldn't understand how this guy could be so strong. Even if he was a cultivator who had entered the reincarnation realm, he shouldn't have improved so quickly. It had only been 12 months. It wasn't me. I really didn't kill him. Ling Bei was so scared that he shook his head hurriedly. You know my character. I can teach people a lesson or bully them, but I really don't dare to kill. Humph, you better not let me find out that my father's death is related to you. Otherwise, your whole family will die. Ling Xiao wasn't exaggerating. He could even destroy the Black Tortoise Temple. He really didn't care about destroying the Ling family. Although he wasn't consumed by the demonic will, his way of thinking was still affected by it. He wouldn't hesitate at all when it came to killing. After leaving Ling Bei behind, Ling Xiao walked forward with little Wu, who was shocked again. The surrounding maids and servants all looked at him blankly. Young Master Ling Xiao, who was weak and easy to bully and didn't even talk much, became so powerful today. However, he offended young Master Bei and would probably attract trouble. Young Master Bei's elder brother, Ling Wansui, was a disciple of the Black Snake Demon sect. Although he was only an outer disciple, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Bei's. Ling Xiao was still so young. He might not be a match for him. The maids and servants weren't all bullies. Some of them actually sympathized with Ling Zhao's experience. However, they didn't dare to speak carelessly as they were servants. They could only criticize in their hearts. Ling Zhao's father had a very ordinary name, Ling Tai. This name was given by the Ling family's old master. Being bestowed with the surname Ling was originally a glorious thing, but because of his poor aptitude, he was reduced to being beaten to death in his own home. How sad. Ling Xiao was walking forward when he suddenly saw a few people carrying a mat. The person inside the mat was his father, Ling Tai. There was a strong smell of alcohol on Ling Tai's body. However, Ling Xiao could still smell a hint of a woman's fragrance amidst this smell. His father, Ling Tai, had never touched a woman since he was born. Where did this fragrance come from? Ling Xiao frowned and stopped the few people. Put him down! Young Master Ling Xiao, old master has instructed us to quickly dispose of this corpse. The weather is hot now, and we are afraid of a plague. The leader of the servants looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. Although he still called him young master, there was no respect on his face. Perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao didn't need to be respected. I told you to put him down! Did you not hear me, or do you refuse to listen? The anger in Ling Xiao's heart could no longer be contained. What did they mean by they were afraid of a plague, so they just used the mat to dispose of the corpse? Chapter 2090. From Ling Zhao's point of view, no matter how bad his father was, he was still Grandfather Ling's adopted son. He rolled up the mat and threw it away? Not only was this too much, but it was also a slap to Grandfather Ling's face. What was the eldest son of the Ling family trying to do? Let's go! That group of people didn't take Ling Zhao's warning to heart. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, they simply wanted to leave. Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste any more words and directly attacked. The 4 servants who were carrying the mat were knocked down by him with a single punch. Then, he carried the mat and walked to the only coffin shop in Yuhua town and bought a good coffin. Since he couldn't protect his father, then he would bury him with dignity. Fortunately, he had refined some simple elixirs and sold them for money in the past few months. A coffin wasn't a problem. After buying the coffin, Ling Xiao got a carriage and drove to the Ling family's graveyard. The Ling family's graveyard was a place where only members of the Ling family had the right to be buried. His father had said that his greatest wish was to be recognized by the Ling family and be buried in the Ling family's ancestral hall after he died. Although such a dream was a little laughable and silly, the dead couldn't be revived. However, the dead could not be brought back to life, so Ling Xiao still intended to fulfill his wish. The Ling family's graveyard was guarded all year round. The scenery here was beautiful, and the feng shui was excellent. Also, it was cleaned frequently, so not only was it clean, but the person buried there would also be comfortable. Ling Xiao didn't care about the guards and directly drove the carriage inside. The guards wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying with his horsewhip. His father couldn't enjoy the Ling family's wealth when he was alive, but couldn't he be buried in the Ling family's graveyard after he died? He definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Glancing coldly at the guards, he went into the graveyard, found a secluded corner, and started digging the grave. As for the tombstone, he planned to carve it himself. Anyway, there were huge rocks everywhere on this mountain. With his strength, carving a tombstone was a piece of cake. When the grave was dug, Ling Xiao put the coffin down. Suddenly, he felt his eyes moisten. He originally thought that he wouldn't be too sad. After all, a rebirth realm warrior had to reincarnate 10 times. It could be said that he would meet 10 parents at this stage. Therefore, most of their feelings weren't deep. Ling Xiao thought that he was the same and only treated this man as his benefactor. But he was wrong. Even if he had reincarnated into the mortal world, his father was still his father. His body still had this man's blood. He lay on the coffin and cried quietly for a while. He felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something very important. He felt as if a piece of flesh had been directly gouged out of his heart. That kind of pain was unbearable. I'm such a bastard. As Ling Xiao spoke, he slapped himself. Thinking back to what had happened in the past 12 months, he realized that he had never called this man father or father. How sorrowful this man must be in his heart. It was fine if others looked down on him, but even his own son looked down on him. How could he be happy? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. The only thing Ling Xiao could do now was to bury his father properly, and send his memorial tablet to the Ling family's ancestral hall. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. It was as if something was knocking on the coffin. Ling Xiao stopped crying in confusion and looked at the coffin. Tai Chi. After activating the Tai Chi, Ling Xiao saw that Ling Tai had opened his eyes. He was still alive! Ling Xiao hurriedly slapped open the lid of the coffin and saw Ling Tai suddenly sit up from the coffin. Oh my god, I'm suffocating. Son, your father is only at the martial vein realm. If I don't breathe for a long time, I'll really suffocate to death, Ling Tai said while panting. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely surprised. Father, you're not dead? What did you just call me? Ling Tai was stunned for a moment. His precious son had never called him that before. Father, I was wrong in the past. It's good that you're alive. I'm a martial artist who's reincarnated. In the future, no matter who dares to bully you, I'll kill him, Ling Xiao said very seriously. However, the excited expression on his face didn't disappear. The fact that his father had come back to life was a huge surprise to him. Sigh, since you can call me father, I can die without regrets. Ling Tai sighed helplessly. Although a martial artist who's reincarnated is strong, don't forget that this is the Black Tortoise continent. In the Black Tortoise continent, there are many rebirth realm martial artists. Many young geniuses are actually rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 martial artists. No matter what you were like in the past, I hope you can continue to keep a low profile. Ling Xiao nodded noncommittally. Although he admitted that Ling Tai's words were right, he, Ling Xiao, was not a coward. In these 12 months, he was about to suffocate to death. If he were to endure it any longer, he might as well kill himself. Forget it. You have your own path to walk. I was just saying that for fun. This is just the final radiance of the setting sun. I'm holding my breath and waiting to say a few words to you. Ling Tai sighed. He seemed a little sad. His son was just willing to call him father, and he was about to leave. He was really helpless. Father, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao asked. I used to be a pharmacist. Maybe I can help you. Sigh, when your father was at the peak of the martial vein realm, I was poisoned. That's why my cultivation stagnated at that time. Otherwise, your father would be a rebirth realm martial artist now. Why do you think your grandfather took me in as his adopted son? It's because my aptitude was really good at that time. Ling Tai sighed. Hearing this, Ling Xiao grabbed Ling Tai's hand and felt his pulse. After a moment, he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Father, this is the poison of the cultivation dissipation powder. Although it can't kill people, it can make their cultivation stagnate forever. It's just that this cultivation dissipation powder is a top black-grade elixir. It's extremely difficult to refine. You were only a martial vein realm martial artist back then. Why would someone do this to you? Which is the biggest force in the Black Tortoise continent? Ling Tai didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, he asked. Of course it's the Eternal Life Palace in the central region. Ling Xiao replied. The Eternal Life Palace was located in the central region of the Black Tortoise continent. It was definitely the largest and most tyrannical force in the Black Tortoise continent. Chapter 2091. Yes, I'm afraid you don't know. Your father is the young palace lord of the Eternal Palace. Because I have no intention of becoming the palace lord, I withdrew from the competition. However, there were still people who refused to let me go. They used the cultivation dissipation powder on me and wanted to kill me. I was saved by your mother. Later on, I was fancied by the Ling clan's old master and became his adopted son. Unfortunately, he didn't know my identity at that time. He didn't even know that I was poisoned by the cultivation dissipation powder. Ling Tai smiled bitterly and said, I'm telling you this not because I want you to take revenge, but to let you know the origin of the cultivation dissipation powder. Also, be careful of the people from the Eternal Palace. Ling Xiao listened to these words and was a little dumbfounded. He had always thought that this guy was a drunkard, but he was actually the young palace lord of the Black Tortoise continent. Father also had a glorious moment in the past. I was also domineering and frivolous, but I was still plotted against in the end. I hope you don't follow in my footsteps. Ling Tai said helplessly. I'm dying. Finally, I'll tell you the most important thing. I left an item in the Ling clan's martial arts hall. You have to find a way to get it back. It is a set of the Eternal Palace's secret technique, Eternal Seal. It doesn't matter even if you cultivated other martial arts in the past. I reckon that you want to hide your identity. That Eternal Seal can completely hide your previous identity. Until you recover your cultivation, you can still use it. Father! Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. Compared to the Eternal Seal, he cared more about his father's life. It was a pity that he had already checked his father's internal organs just now. His father's cultivation was so low that it was impossible for him to survive. Once again, he felt his own powerlessness. Child, don't be sad. Cultivate well after you find the Eternal Seal. No matter who you were in the past or what you did in the past, I still want to tell you a truth before I die. The weak are prey to the strong. There is no fairness in this world. If you don't have the strength, even dogs will look down on you. Ling Tai was relieved. To be able to give birth to such a son after suffering so much torture, his life was worth it. Father! Ling Xiao didn't know what to say to comfort Ling Tai, because at this moment, any words would seem so empty and weak. Good child, don't be sad. I almost forgot to tell you. In the Ling clan, in order to enter the martial arts hall, one's cultivation must reach a certain level. However, that takes too long. There's an opportunity right now. You must seize it. Just like many other great clans, the Ling clan's annual meeting would also have a martial arts competition. The final winner would be able to choose any martial arts from the martial arts hall. At that time, they would be able to obtain the seal of eternity. My blood flows in your body, so the seal of immortality will take the initiative to find you, so you don't have to worry about not being able to find it. Ling Tai gently patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as a happy smile appeared on his face. Father, who hurt you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Child, don't ask any more. My enemy is more powerful than you think. Ling Tai shook his head and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He bitterly smiled and said, The king of hell has come to haunt me. I have to go. Don't think about revenge. As he spoke, Ling Tai's eyes gradually closed. Finally, he stopped breathing. Ling Xiao quietly hugged his father's corpse, his body slightly trembling. He knew why his father didn't tell him about the enemy. It was because he was afraid that something would happen to him when he went to seek revenge. The cheapskate father in his heart actually had such deep feelings for him. This enmity, he had to take revenge. It didn't matter if his father didn't tell him. He would find out. No matter who it was, he would kill them! And the palace lord of the eternal palace. The culprit who used the cultivation dissipation powder to cripple his father's cultivation and caused his father to suffer a lifetime of tragedy must also die. With such a goal, Ling Xiao's motivation to cultivate was even greater. Father, rest in peace. If you can't finish it, I will help you finish it. Ling Xiao placed Ling Tai back into the coffin. After thinking for a while, he put an ice spirit jade in Ling Tai's mouth. He had obtained this ice spirit jade from that idiot Ling Bei. When he was teaching that idiot a lesson, he discovered that he had a rare ice spirit jade on him. If the ice spirit jade was placed on a martial artist, it would have a calming effect. During cultivation, it would ensure that the martial artist wouldn't go berserk. If it was placed in the mouth of a dead person, it would ensure that the corpse wouldn't rot. Moreover, it could even lock the soul inside. He didn't want Ling Tai to die like this. There would be a day when he would come back and save Ling Tai. But now, he didn't have that ability. After covering the coffin again, Ling Xiao set up a formation on the coffin to prevent others from damaging it. After that, he set up another formation to cover the soil. Then, he placed the tombstone on top of the coffin and used the same formation to protect it. No one would have thought that a mere Ling Tai's coffin would be protected by dozens of formations and formations. One had to know that even the Ling family's patriarch in the cemetery only had 2 layers of protection. Father, have a safe journey. Ling Xiao stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a group of people rushing over. At the head of the group was the eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Tianxiong. Ling Bei was also by his side, along with many fierce-looking servants. Take him down and destroy that piece of trash's coffin. He doesn't deserve to be buried here. Ling Tianxiong glared at Ling Xiao and gave the order. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch my father's coffin. Ling Xiao stared coldly at Ling Tianxiong, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ling Tianxiong wasn't weak, but he was only in the grotto heaven realm. Truth be told, martial artists of this level weren't a threat to him in the past. Even now, if he used the Night Devil Flower, he could definitely kill Ling Tianxiong. Not a single person would be left alive. Of course, he would also be severely injured. After all, the Night Devil Flower was a consummate skill of the profound meaning of shadows that he had learned when he was in the 18th level of life seizing. But as long as he didn't die, he didn't care. Don't worry about him. Go! How could Ling Tianxiong care about Ling Zhao's threat? He waved his hand and ordered his servants to destroy the coffin. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and didn't make a move immediately. He had set up formations on his father's coffin, and one of them was the Lesser Thousand Lightnings formation. There was also the Pestilence Bone formation and the Thousand Beasts Blood refining formation. The deaths of these people would only make these formations stronger. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck one of the servants. The servant slammed into the tombstone, and blood oozed out. Then, he was sucked into the Thousand Beasts Blood refining formation. Crack! Boom! The Lesser Thousand Lightnings formation continued to release lightning bolts, each more terrifying than the last. As more and more servants died, the power of the lightning became more and more terrifying. Furthermore, every dead servant would discover that their internal energy seemed to have been sucked away by something. Chapter 2092. Stop! Ling Tianxiang shouted. In this short period of time, 7 or 8 of the servants he had brought with him had already died. These were all his most trusted henchmen. Brat, what did you do? Ling Tianxiang roared. It's unfortunate, Ling Tianxiang. Before I reincarnated, I was an expert in arrays. I just set up a few arrays, Ling Xiao said calmly. Arrays! Ling Tianxiang frowned. What kind of powerful arrays can you set up? He didn't seem to believe in heresy. He jumped off his horse and walked towards Ling Tai's tomb. However, when he was 4 or 5 steps away from the tomb, his expression changed. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was higher than the servants, he could feel that his inner strength was being sucked away by something. It was very uncomfortable. Poison! Ling Tianxiang quickly retreated and tried to expel the poison. That's not a simple poison. It's a plague. Ling Tianxiang, take your time. I'll go back first. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. These people had no ability to break the array anyway. It didn't matter if he was there or not. Using his light body technique, he scuttled into the dense forest and disappeared in an instant. He could use the light flash godly technique in a place with no one around. It was much faster than a carriage. It was still early when he returned to his residence. He didn't stay in the Ling residence. Firstly, he didn't have the right. After all, Ling Tai was just a useless foster son. The old man of the Ling family had left him to fend for himself. Secondly, they didn't want to trouble him. Anyway, Ling Xiao could make money from alchemy. He didn't have to worry about not being able to buy a house. Back in the house, Ling Xiao laid on his bed and looked at the ceiling. He was thinking about his future plans. If he wanted to recover his cultivation to the rebirth realm, he needed more resources. Although he looked down on the Ling family now, the Ling family's resources were really strong in Yuhua town. The Ling clan had to be under his control. Only then would he be able to cultivate faster and avenge his father better. Who's there? As he was thinking about these things, light footsteps came from outside the door. Ling Xiao looked at the window immediately. Whoosh whoosh! 2 rays of cold light shot in from the window. Ling Zhao's figure flashed, and easily knocked away the 2 cold lights. At the same time, he pounced forward. Outside the door, 2 black shadows pounced at him, holding sharp blades in their hands. Your cultivation is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to kill me. These 2 assassins were both Celestial Realm martial artists who had reached around the 6th level of the Celestial Realm. But so what? Ling Xiao was a First Revolution Heaven tier martial artist. He was much stronger than them. Without using any weapons, Ling Xiao threw out a punch. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth burst forth from his fist and collided with one of the sharp blades, deflecting the blade back. Poochie! One of the men in black was stabbed to death on the spot. When the other person saw that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran. But how could Ling Xiao give him the chance to escape? The darkness of the night was most suitable for shadow children to move about. Since it was night time, it wouldn't hurt to reveal a little bit of shadow profound meaning. The cold shadow children stretched out their claws from the darkness, and imprisoned the man on the ground. "Speak! Who sent you here?" Ling Xiao stepped on the man's body and asked coldly. "Ha! I won't tell you. If you kill us today, there will be stronger people coming to deal with you tomorrow. You're dead meat." The assassin's character was tough enough. After saying this, he crushed the poison sac in his teeth and died instantly. "I wonder if these people killed my father, Ling Tai. Why are they looking for me?" Ling Xiao let go of his foot and waved his hand. The pitch-black flames burned the two corpses clean. "Looks like I can't continue to stay here. This assassin is right. Maybe I can deal with Celestial Realm martial artists, but once I encounter Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, it'll be troublesome." Ling Xiao returned to his room and immediately packed his things, preparing to return to the Ling family. Although his father was dead, he was still a member of the Ling family. As long as he showed a certain level of talent, he believed that the upper echelons of the Ling family would give him a chance to live there. Speaking of which, wasn't the reason why grandfather Ling took in his father, Ling Tai, back then because of Ling Tai's talent? In Ling Zhao's opinion, the assassins today couldn't have been done by the Ling family. If the Ling family wanted to kill him, they didn't have to be so sneaky. Their shamelessness was above board. If Ling Tianxiong or Ling Bei wanted to kill him, they would have done so directly in the Ling family. Spending so much effort to hire assassins was a complete waste of money. Moreover, he had seen the two assassins. They were unfamiliar faces. At least, he had never seen them in the Ling family. Although this was just a guess, Ling Xiao believed that the two assassins came from outside. His father's death was probably closely related to these people. "Just you wait. I'll find you sooner or later." Looking at the house that he had lived in for a few months, Ling Xiao was a little reluctant to leave. Although he lived outside with his father and didn't have anyone to take care of him, it was still good that he didn't have to suffer. After returning to the Ling family, there would probably be a lot of trouble. However, Ling Xiao had nothing to fear. He had even conquered the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent. How could he shrink back from a mere Yuhua town's Ling family? Turning around, Ling Xiao hurriedly left and arrived at the Ling family. The guards had been changed, and their attitude towards him was obviously not as arrogant as before. A person's status and face were fought for with strength. Even the servants thought so in their hearts. He directly entered the Ling family's courtyard and walked towards grandfather Ling's central courtyard. The Ling family's courtyard was divided into 5 courtyards: east, west, north, south, and central. It was similar to the Black Tortoise continent. The central courtyard was where the Ling family's patriarch, grandfather Ling, lived. Ling Xiao had been here before, so he was familiar with the place. Just as he was about to step into grandfather Ling's residence, he was stopped once again. However, this time, an old voice came from inside the house. "Let him in." That voice belonged to Ling family's patriarch, Ling Yuhua. Ling Xiao stepped into the house and realized that not only was Ling Yuhua there, but also Ling Tianxiong, who was poisoned by the plague. He sneered, looked at Ling Yuhua and said, "Grandfather, give me a house." "A house? That's right. I want to live in a place similar to Ling Bei's so that I can focus on my cultivation." Ling Xiao went straight to the point. "You think you can compare to Bei?" Ling Tianxiong mocked. "You should worry about your plague poison. It's not easy to cure." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Tianxiong, then looked at Ling Yuhua and said, "Even that trash Ling Bei can have his own courtyard. I'm 10 times stronger than him. Why can't I have mine?" Chapter 2093. Ling Yuhua agreed to prepare a small courtyard for Ling Xiao, but he wanted Ling Xiao to agree to 2 conditions. "Say it," Ling Xiao said. "First, detoxify your uncle." "No problem." Anyway, Ling Xiao did not intend to poison Ling Tianxiong to death with the plague. Although the plague was powerful, Ling Tianxiong would be able to detoxify it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. "Second, you have to defeat Huang Wu, and you cannot use more than 3 moves," Ling Yuhua said again. Sure. Huang Wu was even more useless than Ling Bei. Let alone 3 moves, Ling Xiao could finish him off in 1 move. He believed that Ling Yuhua was only doing this to test his aptitude. If his aptitude was good, Ling Yuhua would nurture him with all his might. If not, Ling Yuhua would abandon him. This old man was still so cold and heartless. After agreeing to Ling Yuhua's 2 conditions, Ling Xiao immediately detoxified Ling Tianxiong. To detoxify the plague in Ling Tianxiong's body, he only needed a special elixir pill. When the detoxification was completed, Huang Wu arrived. Let's begin. Huang Wu, use all your strength. It doesn't matter even if you kill him, Ling Yuhua said plainly. Yes, clan leader. Hearing Ling Yuhua's words, Huang Wu's eyes lit up, revealing a strong murderous intent. Huang Wu was taught a lesson by Ling Xiao earlier today. Later on, he received a treasure from Ling Tianxiong. It was specially made to deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao here. Admittedly, the 2 of them didn't have any deep hatred, but he just couldn't bear to see this previously unknown kid suddenly become so arrogant and high-profile. He wanted to nip this bud in the bud. Vajra shield! Huang Wu immediately used the treasure that Ling Tianxiong gave him. It was a treasure shield made of Vajra. After it was used, martial artists below the Grotto Heaven realm would not be able to destroy it. Moreover, the Vajra shield had barbs. The fiercer the enemy's attack, the more damage he would suffer. Therefore, he believed that he was in an invincible position. When Ling Xiao was tired and covered in wounds, he would suddenly launch a counterattack. He would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. With a perfect plan in mind, Huang Wu hooked his finger at Ling Xiao and said, "Come on, you drunkard son! Let's see if you can break through my defense first before bragging about your strength." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a disapproving smile. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, he lightly stepped on the ground, and the ground actually cracked open. His body shot out explosively. "Idiot, how dare you be so careless in front of the Vajra shield? You're really courting death." Ling Tianxiong looked at Ling Xiao and sneered disdainfully. He was worried that Ling Xiao would not dare to make a move after seeing the Vajra shield, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao was just an idiot. His worry was unnecessary. "The fiercer your attack, the faster you'll die. Hurry up and die. How dare you compare yourself to our Bei? You don't know your place." Boom! In the next moment, Ling Tianxiong suddenly stood up. Because he saw an unbelievable scene. 1 punch! Just 1 punch! Not only did Ling Xiao completely destroy the Vajra shield, but he also knocked Huang Wu unconscious. Ling Yuhua, who was sitting there, was also surprised. In fact, in the Black Tortoise mainland, every family could have a martial artist who had entered the samsara. For example, the Ling family had 3 martial artists who had entered the samsara. The Chen family, which was as famous as them, also had 3. However, many of the martial artists who had entered the samsara did not have a solid foundation or did not have the seed of samsara. This caused their cultivation to not improve quickly after entering the samsara. This was also the meaning of the risk of entering the samsara. Previously, Ling Xiao had not shown his strength. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a good-for-nothing. Therefore, he did not care or love Ling Xiao at all. However, today, he suddenly realized that he might have been wrong. This kid was too strong. In 12 months, he could easily defeat a celestial realm martial artist. With such strength, if he continued to develop, he would definitely become the pillar of the Ling family. He was not afraid that Ling Xiao would hate him. As long as the Ling family could continue to develop, even if Ling Xiao killed him and replaced him, he would not care. Because he, Ling Yuhua, was such a person. Clansmen without talent and strength, their existence was a crime. This was his philosophy. "Very good!" Ling Yuhua clapped his hands and said, "Old He, take Ling Xiao down and arrange a small courtyard for him that is of the same grade as Bei's. Also, provide him with maids and servants. In the future, his cultivation resources will be on par with Bei's." "Father! You can't do this. Bei is your grandson. This kid is Ling Tai's son. Ling Tai is only your adopted son. Moreover, you did not treat Ling Tai well in the past. He will definitely hold a grudge." When Ling Tianxiong heard this, he naturally felt uncomfortable and hurriedly shouted at Ling Yuhua. "It is normal for him to hate me. If he has the ability to kill me, then let him. The Ling family patriarch has always been the strongest in the family." Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Tianxiong and said. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You really want to know who killed your father, right? As long as you can get first place in this year's annual assembly, I will tell you. I will investigate my father's murderer myself. However, I have another request," Ling Xiao said. "Speak." "I hope that if I get first place in the annual assembly, my father Ling Tai and my mother's memorial tablets can be placed in the Ling family ancestral hall," Ling Xiao said calmly. "Presumptuous. Are they worthy?" Ling Tianxiong scolded. "I am asking the patriarch. Do you want to replace the patriarch?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Tianxiong coldly. His words shocked Ling Tianxiong. He quickly explained to Ling Yuhua. Ling Yuhua interrupted him and said to Ling Xiao, "As long as you can get first place in the annual assembly, not only will your parents enter the ancestral hall, but you will also be one of the heirs of the Ling family. Your status will be equivalent to my son's. You are very realistic. All right, it's a deal." Ling Xiao felt that Ling Yuhua was extreme. However, he had to admit that such a person was easy to get along with. At least he did not have to worry about being schemed against. He turned and left with Old Hay. They moved into a small courtyard that had been renovated. There were flowers and plants, as well as a rockery and a pond. It was much better than the house he used to live in. Most importantly, the maids, servants, and guards were all arranged by the patriarch himself. As long as he did not leave this place, his safety would not be a problem. "Little Fifth, you will be the housekeeper of this courtyard from now on. If anyone dares to disobey you, tell me." Ling Xiao trusted Little Fifth very much. Although this person was a little honest, but in the most difficult time of their family, he still didn't abandon them. Where else could they find such a servant? Thus, he gave Little Fifth the greatest authority and helped Little Fifth cleanse his marrow and bones, allowing Little Fifth's cultivation to improve greatly. Chapter 2094. After moving into the new courtyard, Ling Xiao did not stay idle. Instead, he went to the Ling family's martial arts hall. His purpose was obviously to find a martial technique that he could use temporarily. Since he wanted to hide his identity now, he could not use his previous martial techniques casually. He was a member of the Ling family in Yuhua Town. Naturally, he had to learn some martial techniques from the Ling family. According to the Ling family's rules, if one wanted to enter the martial arts hall, one had to be at least at the transcendent realm. Martial Vein Realm martial artists were no different from ordinary people in the Black Tortoise continent. The martial techniques they used could be bought on the streets. Ling Xiao was already a First Revolution Heaven Realm martial artist. Entering the martial arts hall was not a problem at all. However, he only wanted to recover his strength before leaving. He did not have the thought of staying to avenge his father. Therefore, he did not step into the martial arts hall. Along the way, the servants of the Ling family naturally talked about him. He had caused quite a ruckus today. He killed the guards, beat up Ling Bei, and hid his father in the Ling family cemetery. This series of events was really surprising. After all, in the past 12 months, although he was a reincarnation realm martial artist, he had never shown his strength. Ling Xiao, stop right there! Therefore, living in the Ling family was troublesome. There were always flies pestering him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the martial arts hall, he was stopped by Ling Bei. This guy felt that he had not suffered enough from the last time. He actually came to find trouble with him again. However, he had his own things to do now. He could not be bothered with this guy. Directly bypassing Ling Bei, he walked straight into the martial arts hall. However, Ling Bei recklessly mocked behind his back. "Ling Xiao, I heard that you buried your drunkard father in the Ling family cemetery today. My father is magnanimous and did not argue with you. He said that burying a dog in the ancestral cemetery can be considered as a guard. Haha, Ling Xiao, don't you think so? You are really courting death. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked coldly at Ling Bei. If it was in the past, if someone called Ling Tai a drunkard or even a dog, he wouldn't do anything even though he would be angry. Because at that time, he just wanted to endure through this period of time. But today, since he had decided to sincerely acknowledge Ling Tai as his father, he would absolutely not allow anyone to insult his father. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and a slap flew out. However, his slap did not hit Ling Bei. A huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Ling Bei's back. This figure was like a valiant general from ancient times. He held a huge axe in his hand and easily blocked Ling Xiao's palm, saving Ling Bei's life. Martial spirit? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Only then did he recall that when he was dealing with Ling Bei had panicked and didn't even have time to use his martial soul. At this moment, he used it. Boom! After the fierce general martial soul blocked Ling Xiao's attack, it smashed its hammer again, causing Ling Xiao to retreat a few steps. Seeing this scene, Ling Bei was ecstatic. His fierce general martial soul was originally very strong. It was formed after the death of a fierce general from the sacred dynasty. After being beaten up by Ling Xiao today, he went to find grandfather Ling to help him strengthen this martial soul. This made the martial soul even stronger. With the same cultivation level and such a strong martial soul, he didn't believe that he couldn't take down Ling Xiao. Kid, if you want to step into the martial arts hall, you have to fight with me. Otherwise, there is no way. I am not afraid to tell you that the elder on duty in the martial arts hall is my father's master. If I don't let you in, then don't even think about going in unless you fight with me. Ling Bei clamored. All right, if you want to be beaten up, then try. I will not go easy on you, Ling Xiao said indifferently and hooked his finger at Ling Bei. Don't think that you are stronger than me just because you won against me earlier. That was only because I was sneak attacked by you. Ling Bei roared and threw a punch at Su Qin. The martial spirit behind him had actually fused with his body. This ferocious punch was extremely overbearing and ferocious. Ling Xiao stared at Ling Bei's punch. In the past, he didn't even need to make a move. A look from him would be enough to make the other party commit suicide. However, it was different now. He had entered the cycle of reincarnation. In order to become stronger, he had to go through a period of weakness. When facing Ling Bei, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he would really fail miserably. He took a step back. The force behind his body penetrated his arms. The royal heaven power merged into his arms and blasted out. Bang! Their fists collided in the air, producing a deafening explosion. It was as if two fireballs had exploded, and the force was sent flying in all directions. Ling Xiao took 3 steps back. However, Ling Bei also took 2 steps back. Without using his martial soul, Ling Xiao would have a hard time suppressing Ling Bei with his current strength. Furthermore, Ling Bei had obviously consumed a martial soul pill. The martial soul pill was a treasure. It could greatly increase the combat power of a martial soul for a period of time. After the pill's effect was over, it could still increase the combat power of a martial soul to a certain extent. This was a high-grade black rank pill. It couldn't be found in the White Tiger continent. It could only be found in the Black Tortoise continent. That Ling Yuhua was really biased towards this brat, to even let this brat consume such a thing. Drunkard's son, you are quite strong. I used my martial soul to fight you, but you only took 3 steps back. If you used your martial soul, I'm afraid even I would lose. It's a pity that you are a piece of trash. I'm afraid you don't have a martial soul. Ling Bei sneered. Your strength is probably only at this level. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. After speaking, he roared. The fierce general martial soul behind him flickered with a faint golden light. Ling Xiao frowned. This was the strengthening of the martial soul by the power of the bloodline. He didn't expect this small Yuhua town to have the power of the bloodline. However, so what if you have the power of the bloodline? So what if you have the fierce general martial soul? If I, Ling Xiao, can lose to a piece of trash like you, then how can I progress on the path of martial arts in the future? Ling Xiao believed that his opponent's combat experience was 1,000 miles away from his. Although his strength was still slightly weaker, in terms of experience, he could crush his opponent. Kill! After brewing for a while, Ling Bei summoned an axe from his storage ring. Holding it with both hands, he chopped down at Ling Xiao. This wasn't a spar. This was simply asking for Ling Xiao's life. On the axe, there was a strange golden light, which was exactly the same as the martial soul. When the two merged, there was an explosion of terrifying power. Ling Xiao stood there and didn't move. He only watched coldly as the axe chopped down at him. After Ling Bei poured his heart and soul into the axe, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Ling Xiao. He lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.